I think the game's going to be a little bit loud, so let me turn it down, actually. Or I might be able to just turn it down here, and that might be better. Let me just do it globally. I'll just have my mixer up on the side and I'll adjust it here. That seems better. Okay. Yeah, that'll work for me. Alright. So this one was made by Telltale Games. Unlike all the others, to my knowledge, were developed in-house. Escape might have been fraught as well. I'm not sure what its development looked like, but this one was Telltale. It caught some flack for being released episodically, so it's released in 5 episodes, as well as Telltale, I don't know, having a reputation for making Telltale games. But I actually think this is a really solid Monkey Island game. I think they did a good job with it.
At last, my victory is at hand. Har, har, har. Behold, the legendary 13th monkey of Montevideo. Har, whose sacrifice will eternally bind the oceans themselves to my infernal will. Har, har. Impressed yet?
Half as much as I'll be when Guybrush guts your diseased carcass with his voodoo cutlass, you doddering sack of scum.
I wouldn't hold your breath waiting for any last-minute heroics, me dear. The last I saw of your mighty pirate husband, he was being torn apart by a school of my ravenous piranha poodles.
All right, LeChuck, put down the monkey and back away from my wife.
Guybrush!
Arr, Threepwood! You've led me a merry chase, but soon the dread mysteries of these ancient simians will be mine, and the seas will run red with the blood of my enemy. Har, har, har!
Yeah, well, you fight like a...
No time to waste, Guybrush. Finish enchanting that sword before LeChuck completes his spell.
I'm on it. One LeChuck defeating cursed cutlass of Kaflu coming up. Now, where did I leave those handy voodoo instructions?
They're pinned to your mast.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
Come to Guybrush, you spooky voodoo recipe, you. Well, I had to sail 6 of the 7 major seas to find the ingredients, but I finally finished the cutlass. Almost. Now all I need to do is find some fizzy root beer to spray on it, and LeChuck's as good as toast. Icky disease toast.
Alright, just need to find some fizzy root beer.
Har, har, har!
Nope, nothing in there but a decade's worth of fantastic pirate booty.
You'll be sorry when my sweet patootie gets his hands on you, LeChuck.
Elaine, my beautiful butter...
What?
I said, Elaine, my beautiful butter...
My beautiful butter?
I was gonna say buttercup, but you keep cutting me off.
Oh, Guybrush. Now stop the chuck or we're all dead.
The recipe says I'm supposed to soak the cutlass in magical root beer, but I can't find any.
Have you looked in that creepy monkey coffin?
Right, because everyone keeps their magic root beer in a tiny monkey coffin.
Okay.
Har.
Okay, I don't have a tiny monkey coffin on me.
Have you no heart, LeChuck? Wait.
Oh, here it is. The monkey coffin.
Ah, the legendary monkey casket of Kauai. I'll never forget the horrible hula of Hades I had to do to get this thing. Is this thing sloshing? 4 words you don't want to hear when you pick up a coffin.
Have you no heart, LeChuck? Wait. So I say. Of course he doesn't.
I wonder how you open this thing. Aha! A seltzer bottle full of root beer. I haven't seen one of these since before I had a beard. Bet this stuff will work wonders on my cutlass. It's a seltzer bottle full of root beer. It looks kind of flat. Whoa, this city. Prepare to meet your frosty carbonated maker, LeChuck.
Arr! Come and get me a dirt-digging doily dipper! Arr!
Stop showboating and spray the sword, Guybrush.
I'm not showboating, I'm... Whoa. Oops.
And now we're going to die. Again. Wonderful.
Okay, no problem. I just need to find a fresh supply of impossible-to-find voodoo root beer. I sure hope there's some on Elaine's ship, because mine's as dry as a bone. And not one of those wet bones. I'm talking a dry, dry bone. Elaine!
What?
Elaine, you've got inordinately strong thighs. See if you can swing me that rope.
It's not long enough. But I've got a better idea.
Dry, dry bones.
How'd you do that?
You don't spend several years at the side of Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, without picking up a
TM.
few tricks, darling.
My ship, my booty, my collection of autographed sextants.
We'll buy you some more sextants later. Just stop LeChuck.
Ah, Threepwood. So good of you to join us. Saves me the trouble of having to sink your ship.
It's Elaine's barrel of light grog. It's like real grog, only without the taste, calories, or debilitating blackouts.
Arr, arr, arr.
Those roots
I'm
could really use
Guybrush
a trim.
Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying
Mega
this.
Man, thanks so
Mighty
much for the
pirate,
resub.
Yada yada yada.
Stop LeChuck from tormenting those monkeys.
Let's see if we can cut back some of those unruly roots. There, much neater. Let's see if these roots add anything to this horrible knot grog. Ugh. This root grog is bland, joyless, and jejune. It's also flat. Now that's some fizzy root grog. I bet it still tastes like monkey snot, though. Okay, you barrel of disgusting low-cal goo. Make yourself useful.
This is the one with portals. Yes.
Yeah, look out, LeChuck. Here comes
That's in the
Guybrush
last
Threepwood's
chapter.
glowing sword of hot monkey vengeance. Hey, LeChuck.
Totally uncool.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, LeChuck.
Arr.
That's fun.
Arr.
LeChuck.
Do you mind? I'd be in the middle of an unholy ceremony here.
Unholy this.
Unholy this?
Yeah, I know, but he didn't give me much to work with. Hey!
Arr, arr. You can't defeat me that easily, sheepwood. Wait, what's happening?
Is that how the cutlass is supposed to work?
I don't know. It's so bright. What the heck?
Woof.
I'm
Well.
That's debatable.
Guybrush, quick! Finish
Dreamy.
What? Oh, right. This is for the monkeys, LeChuck.
doing? Finish him!
It's not me, it's my hand. It won't... Uh-oh. Elaine!
Guybrush?
Well, first we had Ghost Pirate LeChuck. Then we had Zombie Pirate LeChuck. Then we had Undead Demon Pirate LeChuck. Then we had Politician LeChuck. And now we have Dreamboat LeChuck. And I admire Monkey Island for constantly iterating on the concept of LeChuck. Is the game audio too loud? It's a little loud in my ears, but on the mixer it seems okay. Okay. Yeah, I might turn it down and then up it in the mixer a little bit. Cause it's very loud for me. Let me know if this mix is considerably different for you.
Elaine?
Ahoy there, me hearty!
What?
Don't worry, we'll have you up and sucking back a grog in... Oh, my dote! My beautiful pirate dote!
Give him another one.
Did you finish, you craven billed rat?
Sorry, I don't know what got into me. Oh, this can't be good.
You know, you really should have that looked at, kid.
Huh?
The name's Nipperkin. Davy Nipperkin, senior reporter, Keelhauler Gazette. Welcome to Flotsam Island. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Actually,
Great. What's your name, where'd you come from, and how'd you get here?
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate, and...
Pirate, eh? Well, I believe it when I see it, kid. Still, it'd be nice to have a real genuine pirate buckling his swash around Flotsam Island again. Why, I haven't had an honest-to-goodness pirate story to write about in over 6 months.
Right.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Nothing like the promise of a good pirate story to get the old journalistic juices flowing again, says I. Say, just listen to me prattling on while you stand there all wet and confused and whatnot. So, what's your story, Creepwood?
Creepwood?
This island looks, lovely, but where can I find a ship? I really need to get back to the Rock of Gelato and find my wife.
Well, there's only one ship here on Flotsam Island, but it won't do you any good.
Why not?
It's the winds, Threepwand, the winds.
Threepwand? I don't know if I like this guy's tone.
Inward 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's a freak of nature, a fluke, a curse. Whatever you want to call it, the result is the same. Once you've landed on Flotsam Island, you're trapped.
Are you seriously telling me there's no way off this island?
Well, not by ship, anyway. The only person who I think might know a way off the island is Deep Gut.
Deep gut? What's a deep gut?
Deep Gut's my secret source for off-island news stories.
I love how
And
every
it's a good
single
thing,
option I
too.
click
Without
is
the Guts on
not what he
Canadian
says.
Island scoops,
Every single one of them.
Keelhauler Gazette would never be able to compete with those snooty prima donnas over at the Flotsam Times.
Off-island news? Hey, then he might know something about Elaine. Where can I find this deep gut?
Hold on a second, pirate boy. Davy J. Nipperkin doesn't go handing over his secret sources to every Tom, Dick, and Guybrush that washes ashore.
But I can pay you with treasure from my ship, which is probably at the bottom of the ocean by now.
Look, kid, you seem like a nice enough pirate, so I'll make you a deal.
A deal?
Yeah.
Not what he said.
Nice and all, but the fair citizens of Flotsam are getting tired of stories about faraway lands they'll never see again. Not to mention that I hate being beholden to this deep gut person.
So?
So I need some nice, meaty, local pirate news.
I love making pirate news.
That's the spirit, kid. You can translate that moxie into news-making pirate mayhem, and I'll hand you deep gut on a silver platter.
Yeah, this'll be a snap. A snap. A snap. Ow!
Card?
Card? What card? Attention! Club 41, Flotsam Island's most prestigious pirate organization, is no longer accepting new applications for membership. Thank you for your continued interest, and please go away.
I respect it.
Hey, Davey.
Call me Nipperkin, kid. Everyone else does.
I'd rather not. Wouldn't you just tell me how to contact Deep Gut? I'll be your best friend.
Sorry, kid, no can do. I need pirate stories, and you need my source. Any questions?
What's this Deep Gut person like, anyway?
Trying to sneak some information out of me, eh? I can respect that, kid. Reminds me of me when I was your age.
Oh, when was that? About 20 minutes ago? So, what sorts of swashbuckling do you go in for around these parts?
Oh, we used to love all sorts of piracy here on Flotsam. Barely a day would go by without a good bar fight, ship seizing, or buried treasure cropping up. Now it seems like all anyone wants to do is hang around and wait for the winds to change.
Well, leave it to me, and your sleepy little hamlet will be bubbling over with buccaneering boisterousness before you know it. Bye.
Keep up the pirating, kid. I'm rooting for you.
Printers Ink, the lifeblood of the newspaper industry, lovingly harvested from squid udders.
Oh, that doesn't
Wind
sound like it
still
harms them.
sucks. Flotsam Island endures 1,138th straight day of unwelcome winds. It's locked.
No one allowed in there but keel hauler employees, Leapwood. You're thinking of becoming a reporter?
God no.
Heck no. The Flotsam Keel Hauler Gazette. All the news that floats will print. Hear ye, hear ye. Owing to the unprecedented downturn in criminal activity on Flotsam Island, I've locked up the courthouse and taken a long-delayed 3-month sabbatical. Please don't break any laws until I return, or else. Sincerely, Judge Grindstump.
Do you think Judge Grindstump is related to Mrs. Breinstoop from Curse of Monkey Island? Their names sound sort of similar.
Pirates plundering your palace? Buccaneers bashing your balustrades? Swashbucklers slicing your stomachs? Then you need Morgan Le Fay, pirate hunter par excellence. Great, a pirate hunter. I need that like I need a 4th nipple.
Oh.
Whoever built this jail really wanted to put the burr in Brig. Those eye carvings are creepy.
Hey.
It's an empty, smelly jail cell. Kind of like the ones back on Melee Island. Good times.
I mean, sometimes last names change during, like, immigration processes and things like that. I'm just saying, their names sound very similar, so maybe a distant relative or something.
Alphabet Sam. Free vowels while supplies last. It's locked.
Yeah.
The doctor is busy.
Okay.
What a crummy sconce. I'd better pick this up before someone trips over it.
Good guy, Guybrush.
Oh, my
Sounds like he's busy. I'm not sure whether this is late Rococo or early creepy.
Zinger. Got him.
Well, blow me down, Glassworks.
I never noticed the name of that place.
Holy screaming starfish! I think I've just found my ride off this stinking island.
Not so fast, my well-coiffed friend.
Who?
Reginald Van Winslow, captain of the Screaming Narwhal. And you are?
Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Oh, really? What can I do for you, Mr. Mighty Pirate?
Heave to and strike your colors. I've come to seize your ship.
You have? Jolly good. No one's been man enough to take the Screaming Narwhal for over 2 years.
He's got a really good attitude for someone who's about to lose his ship. Why are you so happy about me seizing your ship?
I love a good challenge. Girds the mind and sharpens the loins, don't you know?
Huh?
I like him.
Nice ship. Were you drunk when you built it?
Good one, boyo. But I didn't build the Screaming Narwhal. It was assembled by a committee of concerned flotsam citizens.
Were they drunk?
No, but they had to use whatever floated ashore. Hence, the aforementioned constructed by Saltsnook.
I like him. And I love that Guybrush's energy is like, can't figure out who to insult, so he's just kind of insulting everyone. He's taking sort of the shotgun approach, trying to find someone he can offend.
Well, if you didn't build the narwhal, why are you the captain?
By tradition, whoever knocks the captain of the Screaming Narwhal off the deck gets to be the captain, until he's knocked off by the next guy.
So all I have to do is knock him off, huh?
Easy enough.
Well, if you didn't build the narwhal...
By tradition.
So what? Do you know anything about Club 41?
Club 41? Wonderful place. I haven't been there since I lost my membership card when I seized the narwhal.
Are you sure you don't know where your membership card is?
Well, there was quite a soiree after I seized the narwhal. I'm still cleaning up the grog stains.
How'd you end up on Flotsam?
Same as everyone else here, lad. The winds. I was chasing some brigand that had stolen my hard-earned booty, when all of a sudden, Flotsam's capricious winds picked up my ship, shredded it to bits, and plunked me down here on her bounteous shores.
Hate capricious winds.
Be seeing ya.
I look forward to it.
Hey, there's something in this sock. Club 41. Probationary member number 37. Reginald Van Winslow. This should come in handy.
I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me. And the dead winds crest you. Oh, and the bottle of grog.
Ahoy there, scruffy artisan. I'm Guybrush
It's
Threepwood,
cursed.
mighty pirate.
Ahoy yourself. I be Gaffer Crimpdigit, pirate glassblower.
What's this alphabet sale all about?
Well, it's the latest thing. I make unbreakable tubes in the shapes of letters, which can be used to create festive illuminated business signs, novelty mementos, or lamps.
Kitschy.
Aye, very cap. Consonants cost 38 pieces of 8, but today I'm giving away 1 free vowel per customer. Would you like a vowel?
Very exciting. Yeah, I'd like a free vowel.
I think I'd like one of those free vowel tubes.
You'd like to buy a vowel, eh?
Here you go.
A U? What about A, E, I, O, or even Y?
All sold out. All we got is YouTubes these days.
Good
How
stuff.
did a crusty pirate like yourself wind up making little glass unicorns?
Listen, matey. Glass blowing's every bit as dangerous
Do you
as
get it?
in the Spanish Main.
Do you get it? It's YouTube's, but like
a glass jack near the
the
glory
website
hole.
YouTube.
Kiss your eyeballs goodbye.
I can? I'm not sure that's biologically possible. What can you tell me about Flotsam Island?
Well, you probably already know about Flotsam Infernal Winds. But has anyone told you about the reefs?
The reefs?
Aye, the crystal reefs of Flotsam Island. Sharper than a dragon's tooth they be. They encircle the island, shredding in a ship foolish enough to get caught in Flotsam's winds.
Yikes. Thanks for chatting, but I got a wife and arch nemesis to return to.
Aye, who doesn't?
I don't think that's an I hate my wife joke. I would never know. Oh, I guess I can go to Club 41 now.
Shortcut.
Shortcut.
Card.
Card? Oh, yes, my membership card. Here you go.
Very good, Captain Van Winslow. Here's your blindfold.
Blindfold?
Come now, sir. You know the rules. All probationary Club 41 members must wear blindfolds inside the club.
Right, how silly of me.
Yep.
Very good, sir. Mind the step.
I've heard you make a mean gragatini.
Look out!
Nachos!
I'm so sorry.
Oi!
Sorry. Ow!
Get him!
Ow!
Oof! Look out for his hand!
You took the hand off me, you cracker croaker! Aye! Ooh, me leg.
What a fight! That was spectacular, Driftwood. Best pirate brouhaha I've seen in months.
I don't know what got into me. It was like my hand was possessed or something.
Possessed, you say? Sounds like there may be a follow-up story there. Keep feeding me these Boffo pirate stories, Threepwood. I'll be handing over the secrets of Deep Cut before you know it.
What's boffo mean? I've never heard that word before. Boffo. Very successful or wholeheartedly commendatory. As of theatrical productions or movies or a review of one. Okay. Can you imagine if they were setting me up for a D's Nuts joke?
Hi. Ah,
Who are you?
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. And you are?
Joaquin Jacinto de Mera Alfonso de Oro, treasure hunter extraordinaire.
What were you doing down there?
Playing with dolls?
It looked like you were playing with dolls.
They're not dolls. They're polyarticulated porcelain power pirates.
Porcelain? Oh god.
Can I call you Doro the Explorer?
No.
What kind of treasure do you hunt? Gold doubloons? Silver triploons?
Anyone can find gold or silver. I look for the rarest of pirate treasures.
I'm almost certain I'm going to regret asking this, but what is the rarest of all pirate treasures?
Porcelain power pirates.
Guybrush loves porcelain.
What in the name of Davy Jones's closet organizer are porcelain power pirates?
They're the rarest and coolest action figures ever. I've been tracking them with the Porcelain Power Pirate treasure maps hidden in special boxes of Porcelain Power Pirate pear-flavored breakfast soup. I've spent years tracking them down.
That's a good bit.
And I've almost got the full set.
How many PP pirates do you have left?
PP Pirates.
The only power pirate I have not found is the ultra rare, impossible to find Dark Ninja Dave with killer karate katana. I thought I might find it here on Flotsam Island, but I got scammed.
Scammed?
Jace, some guy in a plaid jacket with waving arms sold me a Ninja Dave map, but he just keeps sending me in circles.
Mind if I take a look at that map?
Take it. It's useless.
I'll let you know if I find anything. You're sure this Dark Ninja Dave is a valuable treasure, right?
It's the stuff that dreams are made of. Porcelain dreams.
What makes Dark Ninja Dave so rare?
Because a bunch of pirate parents had him banned on account of his pointy killer karate katana accessory. They said it was a choking hazard. Wimps.
Yeah, just tell your throat to get good.
Flotsam Island too?
Yes, but I came here voluntarily in search of the elusive Dark Ninja Dave Porcelain Power Pirate action figure.
What's that big pink pile of dolls?
Action figurines.
Okay, what's that big pink pile of action figurines over there all about?
Those are my extra pink pajama Pierres, the lamest and least valuable of the porcelain power pirates. I loathe pink pajama Pierre with the white-hot intensity of a million exploding cannonballs.
Same. Same.
Look! It's a Ninja Dave figure with throwing star action!
Where?
Okay, Guybrush. It's only a little porcelain. Just close your eyes and go to your happy place. Ew.
I didn't see anything.
Sorry, must have been a leaf. That jungle sure is noisy.
Okay, so we gotta find the well. Okay, so it's Boar Monkey B.
So far, so good. This looks promising.
Okay. And then
That jungle
it's
sure is noisy.
Monkey Boar B Bird. Monkey Boar B Bird. Monkey.
Oh, monkey spit.
I didn't try to walk that
So far,
direction.
so good.
Guess I should take a bomb while I'm here, you know?
Island stands young Miss Mini Bombs. All the punch of larger mini bombs packed into a smaller package for petite pirate hands. You know, I better just take all of them.
Good call.
This looks promising. So far, so good. Oh,
Really?
dang. This looks promising. So far, so good.
I'm just trying to walk over to be able to hear the sound effect, and sometimes
This
I
looks
don't know where the
promising.
screen transition is.
So far, so good.
Agreed.
Oh, dang. Looks like someone already dug up this treasure.
Okay, so I found the location the treasure's supposed to go. Now I just have to make the treasure for him to find. So that's first we turn this
Arr, Pink Pajama Pierre.
Pink Pajama
You foiled
Pierre
your plans
into
for the last
a
time. Prepare
Dark
to meet
Ninja
your maker
Dave.
in the even depths of the inky sea. Sacre bleu! Is this the end of Pink Pajama Pierre? I guess it's true. Black really is slimming. What the? You put one of those miniature swords with an olive in my Grogatini. I hate those things.
Okay, now we just give him a katana.
Between the cool black tights and the dangerously pointy accessory, Pajama Pants Pierre is starting to look halfway collectible. Dark Ninja Dave with Killer Katana Cutlass waits stealthily for famed out-of-shape pirate hunter Joaquin D'Oro to find him.
Guybrush loves fraud.
Hello again.
I... Stop doing that!
Never.
Great news, D'Oro. I think your map isn't a ripoff after all.
It isn't? But I never found anything with it.
You must have been reading it wrong. Here, follow me.
And X marks the spot.
See? I told you I could find it.
Whew. Huh? I better start digging. I hope it's not as deep as the other ones.
Keep accidentally clicking off the window.
Madre de Dios. Dark Ninja Dave with Killer Karate Katana. Dark Ninja Dave. Dark Ninja Dave. Finally, the full set of porcelain power pirates is mine. All mine. Ow! I got dirt in my eye.
My ears deceive me, or did that portly pirate just dig up a buried treasure?
He sure did, with a little help from Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Well, that's fantastic. We haven't had a good buried treasure story in weeks. I'd better catch up with that wheezy pirate before he has a coronary, or worse, starts talking to those boobs from the Times. Snappy pirating, Threepwood. Keep this up, and the secrets of Deep Gut will be all yours.
We're crushing it here. Absolutely crushing it.
Three vowels! Get 'em while they're vowels!
Get them all their vowels.
And I never ever do a thing about the weather, because the weather never ever does a thing for me.
Prepare to be boarded, Ben Winslow.
Bacon grease, boyo. Slickest stuff in the 7 seas.
Oh, crud. This jacket was an anniversary present, and now it's all covered with bacon grease. Man, is Elaine gonna be PO'd. Ew. The Screaming Narwhal may not be particularly pretty or seaworthy, but at least she's a ship. Oh, dang. Hot, hot, hot! Ow! And now the dock is smoldering. Perfect. I don't think those embers are going out anytime soon. Okay, now what? It's a good thing Winslow's undies have so much crotchal support. Oh, monkey spit. Yeah, those are some sturdy undies.
Yo, Gilder, thanks so much for the raid.
I don't want to blow that up. That hurt.
Gotta figure out how to get
Okay,
him
now what?
to do what I want him to do. Welcome, everybody. I'm Author Blues. We're playing the last game in the Monkey Island series for Monkey Island May. Having a good time.
No, don't, please.
You'll have to be a lot sneakier than that if you want to knock me off, lad.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
What? Clever boy. Well played,
Got his ass.
Master Threepwood. Or should I say, Captain Threepwood.
Captain?
Aye, now that you've bounced me off the Screaming Narwhal, you're officially its captain. Until someone else comes along and knocks you off.
Sweet.
Aye, bloody well sweet it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some massive internal hemorrhaging to attend to. Congratulations!
I just got a tip there's some kind of one piracy going on around here.
See, the writing in this is so good.
A genuine ship seizure committed by none other than Captain Guybrush Threepwood.
Exactly,
mighty
Gilder.
pirate. Guybrush is one word.
Wonderful! I could probably get a week's worth of stories out of this. You know, Threepwood, you've got spunk. Pirate spunk.
Ew.
Now, why don't you take a walk with me back to the keel hauler? Tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, it all started back on Melee Island.
TM.
Well, I don't know how you did it, Seawood, but thanks to you, I've got enough sordid swashbuckling stories to keep the Flotsam Keel Hauler Gazette afloat for months. That'll show those bozos over at the Times.
Yeah, that's, great. Now, about Deep Gut.
My pleasure, Threepwood. Sit tight while I make you a copy.
Copy?
Tammy, give me a copy of the Deep Gut file. Pronto. Right away, Mr. Nipperkin. Here you go, kid. Everything you need to know to contact Deep Gut. Don't let anyone know I gave this to you, okay? My editor will put me on deep cover in the obituary beat. Catch my drift?
Not really, but...
Right. Now, if you'll excuse me, Ace reporter Davey Nipperkin's got some headlines to grab.
Finally! Now I can ask this Deep Gut person how to get off this island and back to Elaine. Seems simple enough.
I mean, the bar is pretty low if you're comparing it to Escape. Wasn't there... So do I just, go left and then north 3 times? Is that really it? Oh, okay. I was about to overthink that puzzle. Or overthink that as a puzzle.
What's the word?
Deadline.
Oh, I should have said I'm selling these fine leather jackets. That's the right answer.
Welcome, Guybrush.
The voodoo lady. Boy, am I glad to see you. I've got so many questions.
There'll be time enough for questions.
The what?
The cursed cutlass of Coffin.
My hand keeps slipping and clicking the right mouse
button.
button.
Has been destroyed. The cutlass must be ritually dismantled in a soul-chilling voodoo ceremony to ensure that his evil never reawakens.
Yeah, about that. I tried to destroy LeChuck with the cutlass, but I had to make some last-second substitutions, and there were some complications.
What manner of complications?
Well, the cutlass didn't so much annihilate LeChuck as it turned him human.
What?
I couldn't believe it either. Personally, I think it's a trick.
The human LeChuck. This is troubling.
Can you help me?
I'll do as much as the fates allow, but I fear that you will not like what I have to say.
Have you got anything for my hand? I think I may have picked up a rash somewhere.
Fascinating.
And itchy. Can you fix it?
No.
Then what in the name of Satan's comb-over are you good for, you bloated old sea hag?
What was that?
That was the pox of LeChuck.
Who the what now?
The pox of LeChuck. When your improperly enchanted cutlass turned LeChuck into a human, all the evil voodoo juju within him had to go somewhere. Were you touching him at the time?
I was! Does that explain the antisocial behavior and the crude gestures?
Yes. Some of LeChuck's evil has seeped into your hand.
Do you have a cure?
No, but I know where you can find one.
La
Feel a
Spongia
pirate quest
Grande.
coming on.
To eliminate the pox of LeChuck, you must seek out La Esponja Grande.
The big sponge?
La Esponja Grande is no ordinary sponge, Treepwood. It is a legendary sea sponge with incredible voodoo exfoliating abilities, capable of absorbing limitless quantities of voodoo mojo.
Where can I find it?
I have never seen it myself, but a former friend of mine, Coronado de Cava, spent many years searching for it. I last saw him in the Jerkbait Islands. Take this locket to him, and tell him I vouched for your character.
I'll get right on it after I find Elaine.
That would be unwise, Guybrush. The pox of LeChuck must be eliminated before it spreads.
Whatever. Can you help me get off Flotsam Island? I've got a ship, but it won't do me any good with these crazy winds.
I'm afraid the winds of Flotsam are controlled by forces beyond my control, Guybrush. Perhaps someone in town can help you.
Can you tell me if Elaine is okay?
The view is hazy. Ask again later.
Later? But she could be in danger, or dead, or worse.
I only know what the spirits reveal, Guybrush Treepwood.
Do you have anything to stave off the pox of LeChuck? His hand is really starting to annoy me.
The only way to safely deal with the pox is La Esponja Grande.
You You know, you've been helping me out for years, and I still don't know your name.
Names have power, Guybrush.
Still don't know your name.
Only a fool willingly gives it away.
Does my name have power?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Whatever. Hey, Joanna.
Tell me more about this locket.
It was given to me by my friend, Coronado de Cava.
Why do you keep putting dramatic pauses around friend? Was Coronado...
Yes, he was my boyfriend.
Icky.
We met in the Jerkbait Islands many years ago. I fell in love with his treasure-hunting mind and his beautiful eyes. He fell in love with my voodoo charms and my supple...
La 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 la, not listening!
Like a volcano! But after several months of ocean steaming passion, our love cooled after he became obsessed with the myth of La Esponja Grande. When we parted, he gave me that locket.
Sad. And disquietingly graphic.
I gotta be honest with you, I feel a little weird saying this, but the humor in this game, so far, is hitting me a lot better than it has in the past, and it's rivaling some of the first 3 games. I gotta be real with you. It's working. Yeah, Escape from Monkey Island is bad. So if your perception of the 3D Monkey Island games is based on Escape from Monkey Island,
Well, this has been disturbing, but I've got an island to escape, a wife to find, and apparently a giant voodoo-sucking sponge to hunt.
May the fates guide you, Guybrush Threepwood.
I've always thought that Tales held up better than most people give it credit for, but it's hitting better now.
Knock knock.
Guybrush, don't.
Who's there?
No.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
You fool.
What?
I've spent months crafting a pyrite parrot of Petaluma, and you've ruined it before it was finished. Now I'll have to start all over.
Sorry.
I mean, you know, I talked about this already, and I don't want to harp too much on Escape while we're playing a much better game. But I mean, my biggest gripe, I think, in hindsight for Escape is that it touches on topics that should have easily made it a home run. Like it handles with relative grace a bunch of topics that are like really poignant. And just manages to fumble at every possible turn. I don't understand how you can set yourself up for success so much and completely whiff it.
Hey, I bet one of those creepy voodoo books could come in handy.
This is not a lending library, Threepwood. Merely intoning the titles of these forbidden tomes can inflict a curse on uninitiated tongues.
Yeah, right.
I think all you have to do, really, to nail good Monkey Island writing... I mean, there's certainly, like, a layer of meta-humor that's common throughout the Monkey Island games.
International House of Mojo brand hand lotion. Good for removing warts, curses, hexes, and unsightly buboes. Warning, not for use against poxes, especially the pox of LeChuck. Rats.
I think... I mean, obviously there's a layer of meta-humor that's common among Monkey Island games that you probably...
Is that some sort of voodoo foursquare?
Probably do want to capture.
That is the symbol of the crossroads, the intersection between this world and the world of the spirits. All those who practice the voodoo must make offerings to the crossroads to draw magic into the world of the living.
Really? Because I've never seen LeChuck offer up anything to anyone.
That is because LeChuck is a selfish abomination, hoarding voodoo power for personal gain without concern for the natural order of things. Now that he's human, his leftover plundered mojo is oozing around like a disease, clogging the crossroads with its putrescence.
Like a toilet.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, sure. But I think the thing is that Monkey Island's characters are so well defined that as long as you write with the correct voice for each character, most of it writes itself, I think. I'm obviously minimizing, but I think that as long as you capture the spirit of who Guybrush is as a character, as long as you capture the spirit of who LeChuck is as a character, as long as you get those characterizations right, I think that it's really probably... I think that's what makes good Monkey Island
If you're done
writing.
with this, can I have it?
Fine. It's of no use to me now.
Who's the studliest pirate in the whole wide world? It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate. What's this?
Ah, the spirits have guided you well. That is a bottle containing an ancient scroll left behind by the Vacalians, the former inhabitants of Flotsam Island.
Ancient scroll, huh? Do you think you can tell me anything about these messed up winds?
Perhaps, but first, you'll have to figure out how to break the unbreakable bottle I've sealed it in.
Unbreakable bottle? Why would you do that?
Some secrets are too dangerous to fall into mortal hands, Threepwood.
Anything else you want to tell me about this scroll in the bottle?
I purchased the scroll from a bitter old pirate named Magee. Make of that what you will.
That's interesting, Ozzy. Yeah, Rowan, I think that's a really good way to put it, is that it's not confusing. Like, if you concoct a scenario, it's not hard to know how Guybrush would respond to that scenario, or Elaine, or LeChuck, or the Voodoo Lady. This game does a lot to actually kind of, whether you consider it to be rewriting, or retconning, or changing characterizations. But I mean, they clearly define what they want new out of the changes that happen to LeChuck and to the Voodoo Lady in this game, and they kind of end up in the same scenario. You know what they would do in those situations.
I should get shouty more often. Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way.
I don't know, I just think it's interesting.
Somehow, the knowledge that the Voodoo Lady's in there hasn't made this shack any less timber shivering.
Hey there, Threepwood. Hey, you mind if I get your pirate on the street opinion about the death cloud?
Death cloud? The pox of LeChuck.
The pox of LeChuck? Pox of LeChuck. Nah, too on the nose, not enough pizzazz. Death cloud is punchy. More in your face, more, ooh, I'm gonna die. Well, I got sick pirates to interview. See ya.
You don't know if they got the characterizations of the islands right? You mean like the... You don't think that the locations fit the Monkey Island franchise well enough? Is, I guess, what you're saying?
I'm back.
Aye, so you are.
I mean, this certainly doesn't feel like a typical Monkey Island setting. This place doesn't. In fact, you know what? I think you're right. A lot of the locations are very, not very Monkey Island. But I think that's okay for the most part. I think for me, it still works.
What can you tell me about this bottle?
Arr, that'd be one of me special unbreakable bottles.
Unbreakable? Ha! There isn't a bottle alive that's a match for my gift for destruction. Impressive.
The secret ingredients are those jagged crystal reefs. They're tougher than diamonds.
Weird. But what do you do if you want to open one of these unbreakable bottles in order to, say, look at an ancient scroll you've cleverly sealed inside?
Arr, that's a good question, lad. Here, show you how it's done.
Might have been.
This little beauty to chip off flakes from the reefs and to crack open bottles like this one.
Somehow I got the unbreakable, or I got the bottle breaker, and I wasn't supposed to be able to.
Don't get cute, Blandy. I break other things too, you know.
I don't remember how I did that either.
Look, a three-headed monkey.
Hey, keep your grubby mitts off me bottle breaker.
Okay, let's break some bottles. Hey,
Yeah.
knock it off, hand. Ow. Looks like I'm gonna have to get my hand under control if I want to break this bottle.
Oh, I don't have the hand under control though, but for some reason it gave me the animation for it. I think you can do it if you use the bottle with the unbreakable bottle breaker, rather than just try to pick up. Like if I just try to pick up
A three-headed monkey.
the thing,
Hey, keep
he
your
stops me. But if I try to use them together, it still activates the cutscene. But then afterwards,
Hey,
I still get the interaction between the items.
Hey. Ow. Nope.
Nope. I actually really like Desange's character. Probably not popular to say that, but I just... He's a very memorable character that I enjoy.
And who might you be?
Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Zutalo.
Zutalo.
Yeah, I seem to have come down with something.
This is fantastic. We must investigate at once. Très intéressant alors. And you say your sick little hand has a mind of its own?
Yeah, it keeps hitting people, making rude gestures, doing all sorts of stuff I'd never do. Well, not without a really good reason, anyway.
Fascinating.
So, can you fix it?
Monsieur Threepwood, you have my word as a former physician of the court of King Louis that by the time you leave here, your misanthropic hand will never trouble you again.
Scientifically speaking, what do you think is the cause of these crazy winds swirling around Flotsam?
Ah yes, the winds. Personally, I'm convinced that they are a rare but perfectly natural meteorological phenomenon caused by a Lagrange inversion of the atmospheric humors in the upper troposphere, causing a counter-cyclonic,
Forget I asked. So, how did a dazzling urbanite like yourself wind up in a sleepy pirate island like Flotsam?
Ah, mon ami, that is a tale of triumph and tragedy. Many years ago, I was a young physician in the court of King Louis. Those were early days, tending to the many ills of the aristocracy.
What does that even mean,
navigating
Carrie?
Scandalous palace intrigues. I was a rising star in this scientific firmament.
And then?
A conspiracy of jealous scientists accused me of performing inhuman crossbreeding experiments with the queen's poodles.
Scientists can be so catty.
The king was outraged and ordered me exiled on this deserted tropical island.
Deserted? Then you were the first?
Oui. Happily, my solitude was short-lived, as the merry winds of Flotsam have conspired to bring me many new pirate patients over the years. Incroyable!
So, Doc, what's the verdict?
Ah, monsieur, you are a very lucky man.
I am?
Ah, oui. The disease spreading through your saucy little parrot hand is like nothing I've ever seen before.
That doesn't sound very lucky.
In fact, somewhere in that easing appendage may lie the secret.
I don't have any issues with the voice actors in this game. I mean, it's not... I mean, maybe... I don't know. Maybe it could be better. I don't know what better really sounds like, but I think the voice acting's okay.
But of course, Monsieur Threepwood, the only cure for a hand that infected is a quick, clean amputation.
Amputation? Isn't that a little rash?
Ooh, little rash.
Big rash. Which is why we'll
That's a
have to
bad
amputate.
sign.
But not to worry,
They should have brought back that
your
joke from
hand won't
Curse.
feel a thing
Should have
since
said
my
rash.
specially
That's a bad
concocted
sign.
Anesthetic. Ow! Now, if you'll just relax here a few minutes, I'll be in the back sharpening my petit guillotine blade. We don't want to cut off our hand with a dull blade now, do we?
Well, I guess you have a point there.
He seems like the sort of guy who would want to avoid guillotines.
But at least my hand seems under control for a while. I better figure out a way out of this tastefully appointed abattoir before the Marquis de Crazy Pants comes back.
Alright, let's see. I want the key.
Feats don't fail me now. Score 1 for the pirate with the pointy feet. I hope this works, or I'm about to throw away a perfectly good key.
Jacques! Bad monkey! After I take care of Monsieur Sweepwood, it's back in the box for you.
Listen, Monkey, if you and I work together, we can both bust out of this joint. What do you say? Are you with me? That's the universal symbol for yes. This looks like it might do something interesting. Ouch! That looked unpleasant.
Nah, he had a good time. He was
Let's see
vibing.
what this does. Bananas from heaven! Thanks, Banana God.
Oh, there's another picture over there by that machine that I need to get. Okay. So this tells him to go over to the machine because the machine's on the screen. Great job, my guy. Great job. Hey, Derek. Now I'm going to shock him, I guess. Like that? Who's into
Sorry.
that? Weird.
Alright, feet. Make yourselves useful. Alright. A gross picture of my grosser hand. Things are looking up. I can't reach it from this position. Whoops. I meant to do that.
Okay, so now go over to the skeleton. You think you can do hacky sack tricks?
Wow, an electromagnetic monkey! I had a dream like that once. Only it was an iguana, not a monkey. And instead of a key, it was an ice cream cone. Plus, I was in my underwear for some reason. Wow, he seems excited about something.
That.
That's it. Come on, you magnificent magnetic monkey. Gotcha! Now, to work the key into the lock. Ta-da!
Monsieur Threepwood, what do you think you're doing? Get back on the table at once.
Sorry, Doc, but I think I should get a second opinion. Thanks for numbing up my hand, though. All that flailing and slapping was getting on my nerves.
Wait!
He's vibing.
Stop! I must have your beautiful death-defying hand! Come back! Ah, slovenly parrots! Leaving their trash floating all over the place! A parrot hunter, eh?
Okay, now we're gonna do a sequence break, apparently. Actually, I think I remember how to do this correctly. Let's just do it correctly. We're not doing a speedrun. I've already demonstrated that I know how to cheat here.
Welcome aboard, sir.
Dan Winslow? What are you doing here?
If it's all right with you, Captain, I'd like to stay aboard as your first mate.
I don't know. I really don't...
Jolly good, sir. You won't regret it, mark my words. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe some of my stitches have popped. I'll meet you here if the winds ever change.
Hey, it's one of those spiffy new Hungarian easy-action cannons I've been begging Elaine to let me buy. Whoa, the wind's really doing a number on that cannonball.
Unicorns! Me beautiful unicorns!
Damn.
A cheese wheel. Monster. Yeah. Still, maybe I'll find some starving rats who will eat it.
What a hater. Type 1 if you'd eat Munster cheese. Who doesn't like Munster? Are you kidding me? Excuse you?
Yoink. It's amazing how many of life's problems are solved by indiscriminate cannon fire. Yow! Elaine, here I come! Or, maybe not.
You hate to see it.
Hey there, I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. And you are?
It's Hemlock. Hemlock McGee. You!
Me?
Couldn't leave old Hemlock alone with his grog and his tattered reeds, could you?
Why aren't you in Club 41, curled up with your grog?
Because the two-timing cannon cloggers kicked me out.
Why?
The club has a strict no feet, no service clause.
Talk about adding insult to injury. Did the wind shipwreck you on Flotsam Island too?
I've been training Sesame Zephyr since I washed up here.
That's
I
funny,
even
Panda.
found an ancient scroll that promised to lead me to all the answers.
No.
Aye, but I couldn't figure it out. I got so frustrated that I kicked one of those statues out in the jungle and stubbed me toe. When I went to that butcher they sold, he cut me leg off.
Ooh, harsh.
Without two good legs, I couldn't explore anymore. So I limped into Club 41 and started up a long-term relationship with a keg of grog.
Can I see your ancient scroll?
Afraid not, Skippy. some two-bit witch stolen from me in a poker game a few months ago. Won't do any good without my Eye of the Manatee, though.
Keen. Can I borrow it?
Now, why in the name of Neptune's hangnails would I let you borrow this priceless artifact of a long-dead civilization?
Why not?
Because of my +10 charisma.
Fine. I can't use it anymore anyhow.
Thanks, Hemlock. I promise you probably won't regret this. This looks promising.
I don't remember which one of these I need. Oh, does he take all of them?
These gruesome carvings. Cheese.
Oh, okay. I forgot that he gets all of them.
Still menacing. Oh, and now my cheese wheel is staring at me.
I've been making my post-stream snack a small plate of cheese lately, and so I've been eating a lot of different types of cheeses, and my verdict is that they're all good, actually. Okay, bee, monkey, wind.
This looks promising.
Bee, monkey. Wind.
Are those drawings supposed to represent the wind?
I need a flower. Do I have a flower? Does that count? Apparently that's good enough. I've been eating a lot of... Lately my go-to have been Havarti, good Parmesan, and Brie. Where was I going?
This looks promising.
Wind, bee, wind.
Interesting. So far, so good. This looks promising. I see.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood. Boy, am I getting tired of saying this. Mighty pirate, yada
Yada yada yada. Esoteric Banana, thank you so much for the resub.
So far, so good.
I gotta run around this thing. Wind.
Looks like the wind gods of Flotsam are pointing that way. Whoa. Uh-oh. Someone's coming.
This is why you still have to get the horn. You can't just use the horn, you have to still get
I never
it.
thought I'd have to come out here again. But it'll be worth a temporary fluctuation in Flotsam's winds to get my hands on Threepwood's hand. Hands on his hand. How droll.
What was that all about? And what's behind that door?
I decided that I was pretty close to more or less just making a poor man's charcuterie board. So I've started having my little cheese plate with some capicola, sometimes some olives on the side, you know. Just spruce it up a little bit. You gotta treat yourself nice occasionally.
Looks like I cut off the door's nose to spite its face. Sometimes it's all I can do to save a little face.
Okay, those two jokes back to back suck. I had a bad time.
Just had a really weird idea.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
I've got a mission for you, little parrot. Go to the other side of this door and open it from the other side. Okay, little champion, open the door. Stupid bird. And yet there's still something downright charming about it.
So I got the ancient door face. Don't remember what I'm supposed to do here.
Doc?
Oh, it's you. Unless you're here to volunteer your hand to the advancement of science, I have nothing to say to you. For now.
Why are you so interested in my hand anyway?
Because the disease that courses through it appears to be an entirely new life form, capable of animating and taking over dead tissues.
No kidding. That's so... Wait, did you say dead tissues? My hand's not dead. It moves. Sometimes all by itself.
And that's what makes it so fascinating. A seemingly necrotic hand, persistently animating as though compelled by an outside force. Just imagine the possibilities.
Really weird puppet shows? Does this look familiar?
Where do you find that?
It, fell off that creepy ancient door in the jungle.
An ancient door with a manatee head in the jungle? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Sure, but you might want to check it out someday. Looks like it could be pretty interesting, scientifically speaking. I'm heading back there now to break through the door with my piratey wiles. First, I'll need some dynamite. Then a rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle, and then some sort of rudimentary lathe.
He'll never open that door without my key. Still, I'd better follow him from a safe distance, just to make sure he doesn't upset my long-term plans.
Uh-oh.
Ah, so it appears that Monsieur Threepwood has found the Vicarian Port du Vent. Naughty little pirate boy. Is anybody in there?
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
What? How'd he...
I can't believe he fell for that. This looks like it might be useful. Who's the cleverest pirate in the whole wide world?
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Yeah. Yeah, little guy. It
Holy
is.
ships!
Threepwood! Well played, Monsieur Threepwood. You have forced me to reveal the location of the hidden temple. But without my help, a simpleton like you will never be able to figure out which of the so-called wind gods must be summoned to master this ancient wind control device. And I will reveal nothing!
That's a wind control device? Thanks for telling me.
You didn't know? I can see it's time for this Marquis to take matters into his own hands.
Cool guy. I like him. The Marquis is hilarious. He's got great energy. I love him. Yeah, the Biz Marquis. Who would have known that Biz Marquis was actually singing about, when he said, "You got what I need," he was actually talking about needing a poxed hand.
Curious. That oyster shell looks so empty without a pearl. Guess I didn't do whatever I was supposed to do. Curious.
I might be doing this wrong.
The winds are still blowing in. Looks like I've got some ancient wind gods to summon. I wonder if that idol can be used to summon wind gods. Aha! Interesting. Oh. That must have been the god of winds that knock off your hat.
Threepwood, cease your ham-fisted fumblings and surrender that hand.
Make me. Hey, I'm still alive.
Hey, cool gun. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Can't do anything with that one yet.
I didn't think it was possible, but this idol's cheesier than ever.
I wonder if the implication is that someone broke it off of this strange idol and used it to line the walls of the jail. Like, if that thing is supposed to actually be the wheel that's on here.
Weird. I see.
Oh, Santa Maria Conchita Alonso. I knew I should have worn my chinos today.
Ah, that must be the wind that makes you reconsider wearing shorts.
Threepwood! You're meddling in affairs you cannot possibly understand.
So what else is new?
Damn.
What a grouch.
Yeah, altogether not that nice person.
Ah. Ugh. This one looks like it's missing a nose. Much better. Well, better anyway. Aha! I wonder what wind god that was supposed to... Ew. Broken wind. Got it. No sign of the marquee. Good. All that shooting was giving me a headache. Okay, let's figure out the final wind idol thingy and get the heck...
Threepwood!
Oh, jeez. Hey, look! It's King Louis XII!
My liege! I thought you were dead! What was that fooping sound?
Beats me. Now, if you'll just stop waving that rifle around, I've got some winds to change.
Not so fast, insignificant parrot person.
Hey! I'm significant.
Merde.
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm pretty sure the Desynge doesn't have the necessary slots.
Oh, he's about to.
Oh!
Nah. Oh, I'd love to, but I'm pretty sure the Desynge doesn't have the necessary slots.
Oh!
I don't want to talk about it.
What's happening?
All right. Ooh, the pox is blowing out to sea. Hope that doesn't come back to bite me in the fundament. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Zut alors. The winds.
Do you have any idea what you've done? Without the winds of flotsam bringing me a steady supply of injury-prone para-test subjects, the pace of my groundbreaking experiments was slow to a crawl.
Talk to the hand, sicko, cause the pirate ain't listening.
Ugh, mark my words, Threepwood. You'll rue the day you cross the Marquis de Singe. And your little hand, too.
Rue? I don't know the meaning of the word.
He means
looks
it.
like my work here is done. I better hurry back to the screaming narwhal before the flotsamites get wind of the,
Wind.
Van Winslow, where are you?
Right here, sir.
Raise anchor and get us the heck out of here before the winds change.
With pleasure, Captain. Congratulations, sir. The screaming narwhal has successfully escaped from Flotsam Island. Where to now?
Mr. Van Winslow, if you would be so kind, I would like you to set sail for...
Come again, sir?
I said set a course for... Oh, come on!
Come on what, sir?
Winslow?
Sir?
Set a course for here. Hey! Whoa! Ow!
Captain on deck!
Whoa! That's just swell. My brand new ship's all covered with tar. This is all your fault, you know. Ow! Hey, I bet this sticky puddle of tar would be perfect for trapping my evil hand. Well, guess I shouldn't have tipped my, hand.
You told on yourself, buddy.
Just go where I point. Oh, come on. Ugh, stupid boxed hand. Ugh. Yo! What the... Mr. Winslow, make way for... the Rock of Gelato.
Aye, aye, Captain.
And get me some grog for this hand. Finally, the Rock of Gelato. Now to find Elaine. Mr. Van Winslow, my spyglass.
Aye, aye, sir.
Elaine's ship looks pretty good, considering that it was exploding the last time I saw it. But where's my ship? And Elaine? Is she out looking for me? Is she still in LeChuck's clutches? Is her beautiful bloated corpse slowly rotting at the bottom of the... Hey! What's that? Winslow, enhance the upper right quadrant 50%. It's my ship! Winslow, full enhancement! Elaine! I'm coming, Plunder Bunny! Wait, what's that?
What a good bit.
Oh no, it's LeChuck! Elaine, look out! Plunder Bunny?
Guybrush Threepwood.
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Could you wait a little longer?
What if I did that? What if we only did one chapter of this game every year? That would suck. Visiting Professor of Monkeyology, Ron Gilbert. I wonder to what extent he, like, whether or not he, like, consulted on the game or what. I think these games get a lot of flack because, you know, it's not Ron Gilbert's baby, but, you know, if he's consulting on it pretty considerably, I don't see why... I don't see what the issue would be. Yeah, I think Dave Grossman was, like, director of production for this, wasn't he? Alright, I'm gonna fire up the next one, and I'm going to step away for a second to grab a drink, snack, stretch my legs. I'll probably do that between each chapter. God, if I had rum, I'd make grog. I've got limes. Fuck, if only I had rum. The game crash. For some reason, these games don't like when you click off of them and it forces itself to minimize. Sometimes it just crashes the game. I don't understand why it does that, but sometimes it does that. Alright, I'm going to step away for a second, and we'll be right back in a moment with more. I have returned. I had a bowl of cereal. I thought that would make me less hungry. I didn't eat a whole lot at dinner. Stupidly. Just a little bit of Frosted Flakes. Okay. So let's jump in to Chapter 2. We're entering the Siege of Spinner Cay. We're finally leaving Flotsam Island, but we've been beset by someone.
It has been said, what fates impose that men must need abide. It boots not to resist both wind and tide. Yet, Guybrush Threepwood has somehow managed to turn the tides of fate by removing the voodoo curses from his nemesis, LeChuck. Infected himself, Guybrush escaped the scientific experiments of the Marquis de Sange and managed to divert the ill winds of change, an action which could alter his own fate as well as the fate of the entire Caribbean. That is, if he lives long enough.
Uh-oh. Things aren't looking good for our protagonist.
Guybrush Threepwood. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Now, wait a minute. I'm sure there's been some mistake. I don't even know you.
Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Morgan Le Fay, mighty pirate hunter. My name is feared across the seven seas. I've taken down some of the most hardened, grog-guzzling scumbags from here to Zanzibar. It's an honor to finally face off against the legendary Guybrush Threepwood.
Le Fay? But you're a woman. I thought... Wait, you've heard of me?
Have I heard of you? Guybrush Threepwood, the pirate who destroyed the ghost pirate LeChuck single-handedly.
What do you think LeChuck would look like if he wore the super crown from Super Mario?
The inescapable Carnival of the Damned? I've been following you my whole life.
Wow.
Don't be too flattered. I'm here for the job. The Marquis de Sange wants that hand of yours, so I'm bringing you in. And don't even try your insult sword-fighting technique on me. That's something only farm boys use these days.
Appropriate. You fight like a cow. Ow! I was using that.
That's why you don't. This is why you don't do jokes.
Pick up your sword and face me like a man.
Like you're a man or like I'm a man?
On guard.
That's the mast of my ship, the Screaming Narwhal.
Yes, I know what a mast is.
I can't reach it from here. How did you get on my ship anyway?
I simply grappled aboard while you were busy staring out at the sunset. You aren't very observant, you know. By the way, my grapple hook got stuck, so you owe me a new one.
That's fair. That's actually fair.
That's the mast.
Yes, you mentioned that.
Looks like those bits of rope are securing that barrel in place. The cannon isn't pointed at her. Besides, aiming at things actually on my ship is probably not a good idea. Hey, where's Winslow? You better not have hurt him, you salty sea witch!
He's fine. I've just got him tied up in the main quarters. Keep your head in the fight.
Don't worry about me, Captain. I'm sure I can wriggle my way out of these ropes eventually.
Yeah, Morgan's got great vibes.
Hey, shoot! Get away!
climbed onto my ship with this? Where's the rope part?
Well, obviously I kept the rope. You wouldn't believe the number of situations a length of rope comes in handy for. For example, using it to tie up your first mates.
Yeah? Well, I'm keeping the hook.
Go ahead. I'll just take it back after I kill you.
Aren't you getting tired yet?
Not a chance. I trained myself by studying your moves. I can match you blow for blow. Heck, I can even hold my breath for 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Like you.
Ah, I can hold my breath for 10 minutes.
You mean that's true? I thought the stories were exaggerated. Impressive.
I bet that line could hold my weight, but it's about an inch out of reach. Aha! Ha-ha! Try and catch me now. Bet you didn't see that move coming. Yikes! Hiya!
Was that supposed to hurt me somehow?
Maybe. Did it work?
No.
Dang.
Bummer.
Why are you taking orders from that Desinge guy anyway? He's clearly one loony doctor. He's got lampreys in his lighthouse.
I'm a mercenary. It's what I do. Once hired, I won't quit till the job is done. Even if it means taking down a pirate as renowned as yourself.
Renowned? I didn't even realize I was now. Can't we just agree to disagree?
Not gonna happen.
Back off, woman.
Never.
I'm down. I'm down.
Oh man, if that barrel breaks, Winslow is gonna be mad. Every enemy I've met, I've annihilated.
With your breath, I'm sure they all suffocated.
Look behind you, a three-headed sea chimp.
No thanks, I've already had lunch.
Ew, that's taking it too far. Get out of here. Go on, shoot. Sorry, Morgan. I hate to do this to a fan, but you did cut off my hand.
What? Uh-oh. Ah! You are good, Guybrush Threepwood. Well, I hate to battle and run, but I've got to see a doctor about this hand.
Here I come, Captain Threepwood. Where is the lass? I'll run her through and use her for fish bait.
She's gone. And she took my hand.
Quick, let's get after her.
Let her go, Mr. Winslow. I've got to find Elaine. Last time I saw her, she was falling into LeChuck's evil clutches.
Looked like a cheerful, friendly moment to
Evil
me.
clutches.
We're not going far with the mast in that shape. The cowardly cutthroat must have released the counterweight I set up to keep the mast balanced. Now it's cracked.
It is?
It is indeed. It may be just a hairline fracture, but I can tell. We'll have to take it easy until we can get her fixed.
Very well, Mr. Winslow. We'll head for the Jerkbait Islands.
Right. We can have our mast repaired there.
Sure. Also, that's the direction Elaine was headed.
I'll steer while you navigate. I mounted the map outside your quarters for your convenience.
Prepare to set sail, Mr. Winslow. Set sail for the Jerkbait Islands, Mr. Winslow.
Yes, sir, Captain Threepwood.
Are we there yet, Mr. Winslow?
Aye, Captain. Spinner Cay, the main epicenter of the Jerkbait Islands.
Really? Where is everybody? Merfolk?
Oh, I once
Maybe I'll
again
meet a
accidentally
pretty
right-clicked because my hand
Well,
slipped.
You're right. Maybe later. First, I've got to make sure Elaine is safe from the evil of LeChuck.
don't forget, before we can set out to sea again, we'll need our mast repaired.
Right. We need a plastic pair. Got it. Mermaids.
Well, not exactly mermaids.
Hi, sailor. Whoa, take it easy. A big, strong pirate like yourself afraid of a little old Bacalian like me?
Sorry about that. So, are you a
That's right. I am 100% proud Bacalian merfolk. Tail kinda gave it away, huh? So what brings you to Spinner Cay?
Ever hear of a man named Dakava? I'm supposed to show him this locket.
You mean Crazy Sponge Guy? Yeah, I remember him. Last time I saw him, he was putting together a crew to go after some mystical sea urchin or something. Haven't seen him in a while, though. He used to have a little shelter out on Roe Island.
Cool raft. Can I ride it?
Do you have a pass?
I do not.
Well, I can't let you get by on your good looks alone. You're gonna have to get yourself a transit pass.
Where can I get a transit pass?
You may be able to get one from our chieftain, Beluga, in the royal chamber. But it looks like there's some kind of dispute going on right now.
Do you know where I can get my mast repaired?
I sure do. There's a shop right inside our town. Just follow the cave path, and it'll take you right there.
I gotta run. No offense.
None taken.
Why would they be offended?
Give me what I want, or we'll tear your whole town to pieces looking.
You and your men shall not have the ancient summoning artifacts.
Then maybe we'll move on to your innards and tear those to pieces looking, you overgrown tadpole.
Please, calm down. I'm sure we can find a solution that works for everyone.
Elaine!
Guybrush!
Guybrush.
Guybrush, thank goodness you're all right. I've been worried sick about you. First the explosion, then that big cloud of voodoo pox you released from LeChuck started infecting pirates all over the Caribbean.
That was an accident. The sword was crooked. The spell was misspelled. The breath mints had artificial ingredients. It wasn't my fault. I bet there was a conspiracy.
Oh my God! Your hand!
What hand?
What exactly? What happened to your hand? And where is your wedding ring?
Uh-oh. Well, it happened like this.
Arr! I should gut you where you stand.
Uh-oh. I better get back there before they kill each other. Here, take my ring.
Oh, no, that's the one I...
Just take it.
Trust me.
And don't lose it, Guybrush Threepwood.
Oh, come on. Who's absent-minded enough to lose 2 wedding rings? It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate. Shut up, you.
Let's forget about the artifacts.
Now accepting coupons only.
Hey, can I have this bucket?
Well, I like you, so yeah, go ahead. What are you going to use it for?
I don't know.
So why do you want to take it?
Because it's there, I guess?
You're a weird kid. Cute, but weird.
Hi there. I understand you do ship repair here?
You! I thought I told you to stay away from this place. Especially after that stunt you played at the Royal Aquarium.
But
I'm just messing with you, handsome. It's me, Anemone.
Oh, you got me. How'd you get up here?
I swam. So, what did you say you needed?
I need my mast repaired.
Sure thing. You want a patch job or a full mast repair?
It's just a crack. I guess a patch job will do.
See, that's how they get you. A patch job is basically the same amount of work as a full replacement, but it's certain to go bad on you a lot faster. I give you a full mast replacement. I'll be right back.
Why do I have that song stuck in my head?
There we go, all fixed.
I didn't recognize the
Your
song
man,
he was
Mr.
whistling.
Winslow took care of the bill. Nice guy, that Reggie. Does he have a cousin?
Can I have some bait?
Sure. How would you like to pay for it?
I'll trade you a pyrite parrot.
Sorry, we don't take those.
Oh.
We also don't accept personal checks, traveler's checks, credit, barter, foreign currency, or local currency.
You don't even take local currency? What do you accept?
Coupons.
About those coupons?
Do you have one?
How about if you give me a coupon and I'll take you to lunch?
What are you doing? Are you flirting?
I don't know.
Look, it's really easy. Just bring me a coupon and I'll give you some bait. Got it?
Yup.
Like, it's clear that the joke is that the mermaids are androgynous, like, just not being able to figure out whether or not they're, you know, mermen or merwomen. Just, but like...
Hello, sailor.
Hello, squishy fish
It would be
person.
so easy to make that joke feel like it's
Hello,
punching
Pudgy.
down, and it
My name
doesn't.
is Tetra.
It feels like it
Hi,
works.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood and... Pudgy?
Have you come to our library to read up on the rich cultural history of the Vocalian race?
No, actually, but I do have a few other questions. And I'm not Pudgy.
Not Pudgy.
Ever hear of a guy named Decava? I have a locket for him.
Oh, yes! That guy used to be here at the library all the time, checking out books about sea sponges, aquatic mammals, and mythological treasures. Bit of a nut, if you ask me.
Sea sponges, huh? When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, it's been ages since he's been around. Good luck finding him.
Thanks. You know, I would like a book from the library.
I'm enjoying
I
it.
knew you would. What can I get for you?
It's better than I remember it, even.
How about a trashy romance novel?
I'll be right back. I know just the thing.
Book sweat.
The Motion of the Ocean. Ooh, sounds racy. An accurate record of the spinner K tide changes over the last 50 years. Oh. You know, why don't you just hold on to this one for me? I'd like another book.
Sure. What are you looking for?
Maybe some lighthearted fiction.
Perfect. I'll get you one of my favorites. Enjoy.
The Old Man and the Seagull.
It's about an old man who describes everything he sees, in detail, to a blind seagull while lost at sea.
Oh, sounds exciting. I think I'll wait for the movie. Can you get me another book?
Of course. Looking for anything in particular?
How about something historical, ripe with political intrigue?
Sure. Oh, I know a great one you might like. I'll be right back. Here you go.
A City of Two Tales, an in-depth analysis of the rationale concerning the decision to leave the ocean and the inevitable return. I think I've read this one before. Thanks anyway.
I mean, it's certain a byproduct of when
That's
the
enough
games
book
came
learning for
out,
now.
right?
I've got
Like,
piratey things to do.
like
Go get 'em,
Escape.
swashbuckler.
Escape came out in 2000, and this came out in what, like 2012, 2015.
Okay, let's start again.
09? Wow, way older than I thought. Holy shit.
Artifacts are sacred. I will not let them fall.
I was genuinely thinking this was way more modern.
Arr, me and my men seem to have come down with a touch of the sickly pox.
Ugh.
And these half-breed halibuts know how to get a hold of a cure, but they won't give it up.
We'll never give you the summoning items, Captain McGillicuddy. Not after the years of polluting our sacred waters.
So we accidentally spilt a few barrels of spoiled grog over the years.
Accidentally, my dorsal fin.
Ah, shut your blowhole!
Gentlemen, please. I'm sure you and Chieftain Beluga can come to some kind of agreement.
I thought you guys worshipped wind gods.
Yes. Some of our people tried evolving and living on land ages ago, but they always come back to the sea.
I noticed a cool raft down by the docks. How would I go about getting a ride on that?
Ah, you wish to enjoy our state-of-the-art human transportation system.
Here you go, honey. I already purchased a few all-day transit passes. Doing my part to support the economy, you know.
All right. Thanks, Lingy Poo.
Not in front of company, dear.
Oh, sorry. Lingy Poo.
Wife Guy Guybrush. I love it. I strongly support Wife Guy Guybrush.
Have any of you ever heard of Coronado de Cava? I was told to look for him here and show him a locket.
I do remember this man. He too was obsessed with finding La Esponja Grande, but I have not seen him around Spinner Cave for some time. Perhaps he gave up, or died in the pursuit.
If you gave him the summoning items, I swear I'll gut every one of you.
No one is gutting anyone. We can work this out peacefully.
Well, this is really between you and the fish people. Hope you guys get things worked out. Nice chatting with you. Come on, Elaine, let's go.
Guybrush, we can't leave.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to go to the bathroom before we start the long trip home this time.
These pirates are acting under the influence of the pox. And since we are the ones responsible for releasing said pox, this conflict is really all our fault.
We?
We're gonna stick around and clean
It's
up
mostly
this
Guybrush.
mess.
But
I can handle things here, but you've got to get your hands... you've got to get hold of those summoning artifacts. They are the key to everything. The Gillicuddy's men have got one of them stashed somewhere. Before you turned up, I was about to go to Roe Island to follow up on a lead, and I've got LeChuck looking for the third one on Spoon Isle.
LeChuck? You let him go? You sent him on a mission?
Yes, don't worry, dear. He's harmless.
I'm sorry. I thought I just heard you describe LeChuck, fearsome, voodoo, ghostly, demonic, pure evil incarnate pirate LeChuck, as harmless. I wonder when I started hallucinating.
Guybrush, he's different, and I don't have time to argue. He's going to need your help. Please, my swashbuckling sea stud.
She's cute.
No way.
For me?
Yet.
I'll be your best friend.
No.
Please?
Nuh-uh.
Pretty please?
Nope.
Pretty please with marshmallows?
Negative.
Come on.
Forget it.
I'll make it worth your while.
Elaborate.
Not gonna happen.
But I'm your wife.
Fine.
So you'll be my personal pirate paladin and get those summoning items while I stall these guys?
Okay.
Thank you, sweetie. Okay, how about this? We each get one summoning item and go our separate ways.
Arr, what's the point of that?
I'll never let them have our sacred items.
Well then, what do you two suggest?
Give me the summoning artifacts.
You shall never have them.
Let's forget about
I just think there's a lot to really like about this game. I'm surprised, at least my perception is that it wasn't terribly well received.
Nice raft. Can I ride it?
Hey, not without a pass. Hey, not without a pass.
I got a pass.
Here you go. One official Vacalian transit pass. Good for 24 hours.
I bet you are.
Huh?
The raft is yours for the day. Just hop on board and use it to sail anywhere within the Jerkbait Island.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that it had an episodic release. Though, to be honest, that's in hindsight that I don't think an episodic release is great. I didn't have to wait because I didn't play them until they all came out.
It's completely uninhabitable. Reminds me of my first apartment. Yep, that's Dakava, all right. This must be his place. Looks as if he hasn't been here in ages. Wonder what happened to him. Musk at Dusk. How to match the perfect couple. A complete guide to animal matchmaking. I think I'm learning way too much about this Dakava guy.
Hey, it's Hugh. Humanity. God.
Whoa! It looks blank. Why would anyone hide a blank piece of paper in the mouth of a toy? Yay!
That is joyful. One more. Just for the fans. One more.
I love that song!
I do too! He didn't love it so much last time. Does he have like a whole bunch of lines about it? Is he gonna get tired of it?
Again!
I'm gonna do this until he stops having unique lines for it.
Yay!
Okay, I think he's cycling. Even if there's more unique stuff. The fact that it's demonstrated to be a cycle.
Empty grog bottles. I'm sure he was just collecting these for recycling.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is.
These look a little like my good friend the Voodoo Lady, except skinny, and kind of shaky, and more out of proportion than usual. He must have done these from memory. Oh, that's sweet. Yep, it's stuff. Yep, it's stuff.
Sure is.
Oh, it's covered in seagull droppings. I hope it got that way after he left this place. Nice cans.
Almost kind of sweet photo of Dakapa and the Voodoo Lady.
Oh, that's sweet. Musk at Dusk. How...
Oh, he's got a little volleyball back here. He's got the Wilson reference. All right, that's neat.
Dakava's journals. Poems I wrote while searching for Esponja Grande. Wow, 36 volumes. Looks like he was searching for a long time. Okay, Rafty, where should we go next?
This fishy-looking guy still has one glass eye. Shoot. Why do I have this uncontrollable urge to poke at fish eyes?
I poked the fish eye.
Legs.
Look, would you just give me the artifact so we can bury it and get out of here?
Nope.
But McGillicuddy gave it to me. I get to be the one who picks where to hide it.
Sorry, I got it now.
Will you at least look at me so we can work this out?
Nope.
I bet that's the seahorse artifact the Mer Leader was talking about. I wonder if they'll just let me have it.
Come on, let me have it.
Nope.
Fun!
Shut up.
Hey guys, what's going on?
None of your business. Now why don't you back away? You're stinking up the place.
Oh.
Oh yeah? Well, you don't smell so... Okay, this is awkward, but you guys smell amazing.
Yes, it's the savory smell of thinly sliced potatoes, fried crisp and golden with a touch of honey and a dash of salt.
Oh, that does sound good.
How I long
Fuck.
to be back in the kitchen peeling my potatoes.
Yeah, I long for that too.
What are you guys arguing about?
Oh, Captain McGillicuddy ordered us to hide the summoning artifact we found far away from the Jerkbait Islands. Until he was able to secure the rest of them. Only he won't give me the artifact back.
Hey, shut your trap. I'm working here.
Look, I'm sorry, Merkel, but McGillicuddy clearly gave the idol to me. It's my duty, so I want to make sure this gets done right. I want to be the one who decides where to bury it.
Sorry, Killick, but if it meant that much to you, you shouldn't have left it sitting out in the open while you took a nap.
And by out in the open, you mean placed in a small box, wrapped in wool and stuffed down my pants?
Well, if you didn't want pirates rummaging through your trousers while you were sleeping, you should have said so. I've got it now. I'll decide
right.
where to bury it.
He's right.
Maybe there's a fair way to determine who gets to bury the artifact.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah? Well, what do you suggest?
Hmm.
How about a staring contest? First one to blink loses.
Hey, I like that idea.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Look, a distraction!
Oh, what's it distracting?
Yeah.
Bon voyage.
Did you say something?
Not me. Maybe it was Captain McGillicuddy.
Neptune's beard! If he sees we haven't buried this chest yet, he might just bury us instead! Come on, we've got to go now!
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
that's that.
Done and buried!
Strange sensation coughing right after them.
Free bait. Good for 1 order of fish eggs. Coupon valid at most participating Jerkbait Island locations. Neat.
Going right with the shingle. The clam has almost grown feet.
LeChuck!
Guybrush, oh, thank goodness you're safe. Elaine and I were so worried.
Forget it, LeChuck. You may have somehow fooled my wife with your voodoo trickery, but not me.
But it's true. Thanks to you, I'm a new man. Completely voodoo-free. And I have good news, Guybrush. I have found one of the mer people summoning artifacts. I just need little help actually getting it.
What's your game, LeChuck? Lure me into a false sense of security with kind words and sandwiches and then murder me in my sleep?
My boy, if I wanted to murder you, I'd just throw you off this cliff. Why wait for you to sleep?
How reassuring. I completely trust you now.
He's right.
Great! We'll put the past in the past and agree to work together for a change.
Free bait. Large oysters. Tasty. For the fish, I mean. I try not to eat bait anymore.
Understandable. Thank you for your time.
It looks like it opens somehow. I wonder if there's anything inside. No dice. There must be some trick to opening it.
Alright, let's hear this joke. Let's hear this solid joke.
Nice cans. Nice cans. I mean, nice cans.
Okay, that was a good joke. The camera work was exactly why that joke landed, for what it's worth. That joke would have been otherwise, but it was very good with the camera work.
Captain on deck!
Prepare to set sail, Mr. Winslow. Actually, the Rock of Gelato has been pretty unlucky for me. First the whole LeChuck and ship exploding thing, then Morgan cut off my hand when I went back. Mr. Winslow, let's avoid the Rock of Gelato from now on.
Yes, sir, Captain Threepwood.
Set sail for Boulder Beach.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Wow, I didn't think tiny islands like this actually existed. Good thing I'm not stuck here. I haven't finished my top 5 things to have while stranded on a deserted island list. That's a pretty big rock for such a tiny little island. Maybe this is the tip of a giant underwater pyramid from a highly advanced ancient civilization. Or maybe it's just a rock. Hiya, Rocky.
Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Winslow.
Where to, Captain?
I love you.
I think we should discuss that sort of thing after we've reached our destination.
What? Oh,
Good
I
bit.
love you. Sounds like I love you. Pretty good joke.
Yes, sir. Joke.
Junkie. It's a palm tree. Hey, guess what? It's a palm tree. Nice palm tree. Whoa! It's a rare petrified deciduous from the Jurassic era thought to be extinct. No, wait, it's just a palm tree. It's a palm tree. Hey, guess what? It's a palm tree.
You'll never believe what is on this island.
Well, I'm done here. Back to the narwhal.
Good to have you back, Captain. Where will we be heading next, Captain?
Onward to Brillig Island.
Aye, aye, sir.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
If I were a buried parrot, where would I be?
As funny as it would be, I'd hate for someone to trip on this coconut and get hurt. I should probably get rid of it. On second thought, maybe I'll just leave it there.
Good idea, sir.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Aha! There you are, little parrot. I'll have you dug up in a second.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Creepy. It sounds like I've been buried alive. Again. And I think once is enough for a lifetime. Take that, poxy pirates! Never underestimate the treasure-finding skills of Guybrush Threepwood.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Oh, shut up already.
Got his ass.
Ma petite maîtresse. Where is the puny pirate and his superbly sickly hand?
Right here. Oh, and what a glorious battle it was. Guybrush was amazing. You should have seen the way he...
What? No, this will not do. I need all of Monsieur Threepwood.
That was not our agreement. I think you'd better give me my gold now.
Oui, of course. But I have discovered that Threepwood himself is very special. I need his body for my experiments. I'll pay you double to bring him back to me alive.
Make it triple.
I'll make it quadruple. Once I have extracted...
Bad at haggling. He is bad at haggling.
The world will offer me all of her treasures in exchange. Now go, mademoiselle. Go like the winds of Flotsam and bring me my perfectly profitable pirate prize.
'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe.
Back to the narwhal.
All mimsy were the borogoves and the mome wraths outgabe.
Welcome back, sir.
That's pretty much all I ever remember.
Where to, Captain?
Set sail for the Jerkbait Islands, Mr. Winslow.
Yes, sir, Captain Threepwood.
Beware the... What is it? Beware... Isn't the next line beware the... Gub trees? My boy. Beware the Jabberwock, my son.
Glowy. 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 Glowy.
Chloe.
I will not let them fall into the wrong hands.
Can I just say something?
Glowing. The jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jub bird, and shun the frumious bandersnatch.
Hi.
Hello again, sailor.
Please stop saying that.
What'll it be?
I'd like some bait, please.
Sure. You got your coupon?
Yes, I do.
Great, hand it over.
I'd like some bait, please. Fish eggs.
Sure, here you go.
Thanks.
No problem. I just made them myself.
You did what?
Relax. I'm just yanking your tail. You're adorable when you squirm.
I'd like some oysters, please.
Oh, you're lucky. We only have one left, and it's a doozy. You know, some people refer to the oyster as the love mussel.
Really? Maybe that's just to boost its self-esteem. This thing's as ugly as a pile of seagull droppings.
That's not very nice.
Let me just crack this sucker open here. Hey, look, a pearl! A big pearl!
never happen.
Let's forget about the artifacts for a moment.
Hey, it looks like those 2 pirates finally got picked up. I'll miss those guys. Maybe I can send them a fruit basket for the holidays.
Fruit baskets are nice. Murray?
More Vacalian ruins. This looks like some kind of old furnace. Or maybe a barbecue?
Maybe I need to rethink this.
So what exactly are you trying to do here?
I have surmised that the summoning artifact is somehow locked away within that structure. There has got to be a way to activate it so that we can actually retrieve it.
No problem. All we need is another...
No, don't tell me. I need to learn how to do this on my own. If I am going to prove to you that I am on your side, I need to be able to face challenges the same way you do, instead of threatening to cut off your head when I don't get my way.
Fine, I'll let you try to figure out how to unlock the artifact, but I will be the one to actually take it.
Fantastic! So, like I said, don't tell me how to do this. I'm sure I can figure this out on my own.
So, how much longer do you think?
I'm so close. I can feel it. I'm just not so good with this whole puzzle-solving thing. It was so much easier to just kill people until someone did things for you. Maybe you could just give me a hint?
Okay, well, try this. What are you carrying with you?
Well, let's see. I have some breath mints and this thing. It looks just like the thing you used in that clamshell, but mine seems to be broken. Oh, I think I've got it now. Oh, wait, no, that won't work.
Maybe you should just let me have whatever you're carrying and let me do this.
No, Guybrush, I insist. I must learn to do these things for myself.
Sorry, nothing I can do. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. Here, you might need this.
Of course. This thing. Yes.
Figure it out yet?
Not yet. But I think I'm really close.
You look like you're still struggling. You need some more help?
Maybe just a little?
Okay, well, try this. Use... claw thingy.
Use it with what?
The pearl.
Ha-ha! It fits perfectly!
Yep, you now have yourself a fully functional mer key. See? That wasn't too hard, was it?
No, not at all. So now what?
Oh, brother. Okay, well, try this. Use...
Use what?
Merfolk key?
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I see a potential for humor.
Okay, well, try this. Use...
Right.
Breath mints.
Uh-huh.
Yourself.
Is this helping?
Yes, trust me, it's helping.
Okay. That was good. I appreciate that.
Okay, well, try this. Use.
Yes.
Merfolk key.
Right. Use with.
Clamshell lock.
It's working, Guybrush!
Of course. Now, I'll just use my key over...
Wait! I think I figured it out! Now that I've got my key in place, you can go use yours in the other clamshell!
Brilliant.
Yeah, smart thinking.
Oh, will you look at that? I knew the summoning artifact would be here. Let's go get it!
Whoa, hey, I will be the one to get it, remember? That was our deal. You wait here.
Yes, of course. I've got your back.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of, but thank you. Looks like someone else tried to pry the artifact out of here with no luck. Come on.
Need some help?
Nope, I got it. It's just really stuck. Here. Against my better judgment, I'm gonna let you try to get the summoning artifact out of the stone, but only because you're a lot stronger than me. But you'd better give the artifact right back, or I swear...
Relax, Threepwood. I promise. All you need to know is where to apply pressure.
It's just that easy.
Amazing! We've done it, Guybrush!
Yep, sure did. Now if I can just...
Just look at it. Pure gold. A treasure fit for any respectable pirate hold.
Okay, come on, just
Fantastic.
let me have...
And surrounded with the secret power to summon ancient, mysterious beasts of the sea.
Now listen here, you fleshy sack of chum! You better be handing over that golden sea turtle, or I'll be handing you your liver on the pointy end of me hook!
You are infected with the pox after all. I'm so sorry, Guybrush. Somehow I feel this is all my fault. Not to worry, boy. We'll get these artifacts, find La Esponja Grande, and have you cured in no time.
Whoa!
It's simply that easy.
Guybrush?
That big guy has the artifact. If I run up and take it from him, McGillicuddy would probably make me first in command. Heck, he might even let me eat this week. Then again, he is pretty big. I better gather some men.
Oh, ow. Oh, LeChuck! I was right! I knew I couldn't trust him! Oh no, the summoning artifact! The altar's got a couple of cracks now, but it survived the fall pretty well.
Guybrush, are you okay?
Fine, you backstabbing backslapper! Give me that sea turtle!
Of course, Guybrush. I understand that you want to take the credit. It's important to look good in front of your wife.
It's not that, it's just...
Now, if you'll be so good as to excuse me, I need to get back to the task of returning the monkeys I once kidnapped back into the wild. You wouldn't believe the number of monkeys it takes to complete an evil voodoo curse. What was I thinking?
fun!
That is fun.
There is something written here, but it's too tiny to make it out.
Wait. There we go.
Ooh, now it's like a big red magnifying glass. Aha, looks like DeCava wrote down the name of a book. 101 Fish Jokes. I wonder if it's a biography.
Let's forget about the artifacts.
Hello, sailor.
Hello, Tetra. You know, I would like a book from the library.
I knew you would. What can I get for you?
101 Fish Jokes.
101 fish jokes? Really? My ancestors have worked for centuries to gather these treasures of knowledge and preserve them within these walls so that our race will long be respected for our intellectual achievements. And you want fish jokes?
Yep.
Fine. Here, this ought to enrich your understanding of Vocalian literature.
Great. Hope it doesn't keep me in stitches or I might need a sturgeon.
I hate you now.
"101 Fish Jokes." Hey, there's a coupon in here. I wonder if it's still good.
Why did the fish need an aspirin? He had a haddock. He had a haddock. He had a haddock. Why didn't the fish cross the road?
Huh. I don't get it.
To prove he was no chicken. That's a good one. This one's solid. If Thursday is when you're gonna read me 101 fish jokes, I want no part of it. Gone Fission. This is barely a fish joke, by the way. Barely.
Here you go, Emily. I've got a coupon here for something called Gusanos de Destino.
Wow, that's an old coupon. I'm not even sure I still carry this stuff. Wait here. I need to check in the back. Found some. It was all the way in the back behind the monkey fingers. It's even still glowing.
Ew.
Gusanos de Destino. Alright. What's a fish with no eye? Fish.
I don't get it.
How do fish get so smart? They live their whole life in schools. What do you get when you cross a killer whale with a cow?
Ooh, good one.
I don't know, but don't try to milk it.
I don't get it.
In a riverbank. In a riverbank! Why do manatees have so many wrinkles? You try ironing one. Too good.
Ooh, good one.
What? What's green and has 3,000 teeth? A great white pickle? Funniest shit I've ever seen. Just, hold on a second. Pardon me, just, taking care of something. I completely forgot I had a prior obligation. There we go.
Let's forget about the artifacts for a moment.
Artifacts are sacred. I will not let them go.
Hello, sailor.
Okay, come on, little fishy. Hey, I think I feel a nibble. Come a little closer. Gotcha! Uh-oh.
Oh, hold still! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Almost.
Guybrush Threepwood, obtainer of cranky golden fish artifacts. Whew.
Funniest shit I've ever seen. Uh-oh.
What's going on? It's McGillicuddy. He's moving his ships in and creating a blockade around the island. He's gonna tear this place apart if he doesn't get those summoning artifacts. I'm headed for higher ground. I'll be at the shop if you need me.
Sir, I'll take the screaming narwhal out to sea before the blockade has a chance to move in, so she's not caught in the crossfire.
Okay, I'll find a way to get out to you as soon as I find...
Help!
Elaine! Winslow, wait! I have to get Elaine! I'll be right back!
No time, sir. You'll have to find a way to slip past the blockade. I'll be waiting to pick you up.
Is someone there? I need some help!
I'm coming, Elaine! Right after I do a bit of stealing.
Ew, looks all slimy with mer people crud in it. I'll just turn the heat up a little. Uh-oh. If nobody saw it, it didn't happen.
You good?
Sea Bunny, what happened?
McGillicuddy! He caught me off guard, knocked me out, and kidnapped Chieftain Beluga. I was working out a plan to rescue him, but then I got blindsided by a falling chunk of Mer statue, and now I'm stuck.
I got you. All right, let's sneak out to my ship and sail out of here.
Right, your ship. That's perfect. I needed one more ship for my plan. Oh, and we're not leaving yet.
But...
Okay, listen carefully. There's always a weak point on the blockade. We're going to use a classic two-point distract and skewer to take advantage of it.
Double-jointed traction skewer. Got it.
I'm going to get my ship out of hiding and provide a distraction on the east side. Your job is to get to the Spoon Isle beach and distract them on the west.
How do I do that?
There's a cannon on the beach. Constant attacks from that should keep them occupied so someone else can slip through unnoticed.
Who else is there?
I also need you to tell LeChuck about his part. He needs to sneak through the weak point in the blockade once you and I have them distracted, then take your ship, sail out to McGillicuddy's flagship, sink it, and rescue Beluga.
Actually, I think I should be the one to sail out there and do the valiant sinking and rescuing of the Mer King. Queen, whatever.
Oh, sweetie, I wish you could. But the Pox has taken McGillicuddy over completely now. There's no reasoning with him anymore.
But it's my ship and...
I said, quit your whimpering and grow some barnacles for Blackbeard's sake. Oh, making the plans here, fancy pants.
Yikes. Don't look now, but I think you might be slightly infected with the pox.
Unless you want to find yourself with a matching set of hook hands, I suggest you do as I say.
Yes, dear.
Ooh. I've got to run, love. Go and find LeChuck and tell him the plan.
Hey, LeChuck. Elaine says you should see how many cannonballs you can fit in your stupid...
I can hear you.
Yes, dear.
It's a good line.
There. Now they won't singe everything in my pockets. Chloe. 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 Chloe.
Chloe. Pretty sure she's had the same voice actress in every game except for Escape.
Hey, come on, give us the golden sea turtle. We saw you pry it out of that altar.
You'll have to pry it from my no longer cold, dead hand.
LeChuck?
Guybrush, get out of here. These guys think I still have the artifact, and they are willing to kill to get it back.
Okay, but Elaine wants me to tell you something.
It'll have to wait, Guybrush. I don't think these guys are gonna let me leave without giving them the artifact first.
Well, they're in there, but they really aren't hot enough to do anything. Hey, perfect fit! And they said that heating and air conditioning certificate I earned at Pirate Night School would never come in handy.
Well, who's laughing now?
Grilled parrot. Too bad this thing isn't hot. Whoa! Now that's a barbecue! Sorry, little guy. Good thing you're not actually alive.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Well, that's unsettling. Ooh, melty. Ouch! Hot! Hey, what happened?
Oh, right. I remember what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I assure you, I melted him for a good reason. This was actually an interesting puzzle the first time I played. Trying to figure out how
Let's try this again.
How to do this.
Boy, that's a long way down. I can see the broken altar down there. Guess I'm lucky I landed on top of it instead of the other way around. Over the edge you go. Bullseye! Hey, not bad. Good enough to fool the undiscerning pirate eye anyway.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
Hey guys, look! He's got the summoning artifact right here!
He's right! Grab it, men!
Arr, let me at him!
You will never! Arr, give it here! Give it here!
I got him! Out! Hold him down!
I'll take you all on!
I got it!
Ooh, that looks painful.
You're...
I don't know what happened. I used to be able to take on armies without blinking
We'll see
an
those
eye.
guys again,
Now
don't
a
worry.
handful of pox-stricken pirates can wrestle away the artifact?
Ah, don't beat yourself up, LeChuck. These guys did a good enough job. Besides, that turtle artifact they took was a fake. I still have the real one, nice and safe.
Good thinking, lad. Where'd you learn to pull off a trick like that?
That? Oh, I've been doing that kind of thing for years. In fact, I'm kind of famous for it.
I bet you are, boy. Now, you said Elaine had something she wanted you to tell me?
Elaine told me she wants you to go out to the beach and use the cannon to provide a distraction for the blockade while I sail out and rescue the Mer Leader.
Really? Are you sure that's what she said?
Positive. We're buddies now, right? I wouldn't lie to you.
Ha! I suppose you're right, Guybrush. I'll get right
Well,
on
you're...
it. Good luck, lad.
Jerk. Looks like I might be able to sneak through the blockade here.
Ha-ha! See if you can handle this, boys.
They're shooting at me! Why are they shooting at me?
Aha! This must be the weak point in the blockade. Now all I need to do is quietly sail through and... Ah!
Well, well, if it ain't the little pirate with the fancy coat what smells like bacon.
Huh?
Hey, who's shooting at me?
That's a reference to Chapter 1.
Hoist your colours, you mangy sea dogs! Not one of you has the guts to sail out here and face me!
Elaine! You're lucky I'm stuck in this blockade, you saucy female, or I'd sail me ship right over ya!
Haha! So long, suckers. It was nice chatting with you again, but I've got a Merleader to save.
Where'd he go? Did you let him through?
Me? If you didn't notice, I'm a little busy over here.
Shooting blindly at a far-off island ain't exactly what I'd call busy, you snivelling spud scraper. Arrgh! Arrgh! Ah!
Good to see you again, Captain Threepwood. I knew you'd find a way past the blockade. Surely you have a wondrous story to share about the ordeal.
Good to see you too, Mr. Winslow, but there's no time for stories now. We've got to take down McGillicuddy and save the Merleader.
Fantastic, sir. Just point out his location on the map, and we'll be on our way.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Winslow. Let's get McGillicuddy.
Aye, aye, sir.
Tell me the ritual summoning words, or I'll plunge you into the icy blue.
I will not let you summon the legendary sea creatures. You will not have a Spongia Grande.
Fine. Let's see how long it takes you to drown with your head submerged in the sea.
It'll be a while. I can breathe underwater too, you know.
Don't tell me what I know, you oversized anchovy. I don't need to know stuff. I've got the pox. Lower the Merleader.
Aye, aye, Captain. Lowering the Merleader.
Captain McGillicuddy, prepare to be boarded and surrender the fishman.
I don't think so, boy. The chieftain is gonna tell me exactly where to...
Don't worry about me. The captain has lost his ability to reason. He thinks he's going to drown me, a mer person. You must keep the summoning artifact safe, Guybrush.
You got it.
Guybrush? Threepwood! Then you're the one who stopped my men with this accursed cheap imitation summoning artifact.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Mighty Pirate.
Uh-oh.
Arrgh! You'll rue the day you cross paths with me, boy.
Rue? Ha! I really gotta look up that word.
Guybrush, sink his ship.
I'll deal with you later, Stickwood. I think old Finface here wants another dip in the drink.
Here we go again.
Tell me the ritual words, or you'll be sleeping with the fishes.
That's where I sleep anyway.
That's where I usually sleep.
Or I'll send you to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, that'd be great. I need to pick up a few things.
Yo, Captain.
Why do you keep bothering me?
Is that supposed to be a cannon? I thought it was your chamber pot.
Shut your hole, hook boy.
The mast!
Good riddance, Threepwood.
I'll be back for you, Chieftain Beluga.
Is he driving a speedboat?
Get the mast repaired again before we can catch up to McGillicuddy's ship.
I know. I'll use the map. Let's get out of here, Mr. Winslow. Onward to Brillig Island.
Aye, aye, sir.
You! Shouldn't you guys be being tortured by McGillicuddy by now?
When McGillicuddy finds out you slipped past us to get through the blockade, he'll have our heads on a pike. I figure as long as we are dead anyway, we might as well dig up the golden artifact and run. Of course, now we can't find the blasted thing.
I know we left it on this island. It has to be here somewhere. It was next to...
Go away, Hook Boy. We don't have time for you.
Oh, come on. I thought we were friends. Especially after all the help I gave you guys earlier. So, can't find the treasure, huh?
I know it's here. It's just, well, we reburied
The
it
crab
so
in
many
the
times, I
chest
can't
in the
remember where we
back.
put it.
Sounds like someone should have been a little more decisive. Maybe I can help. I think I see a bit of the chest poking out by the tree.
What do you think I am, some kind of backhoe? Do you know how hard it is to get through rubber tree roots?
That makes it the ideal place to bury a treasure. If you were a smart pirate, that's exactly where you would have buried it.
You... Gah! There ain't nothing here!
Try the tree again.
Nah, those roots are too thick. There ain't no treasure chest down there.
I'll leave you guys to it.
Arr. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where do you think you're going?
Long walk along the beach?
Fine. Just stay where I can see you, and don't even think of digging out here. That treasure is ours. Ours.
Of course. I'd never stand in the way of a pirate and his treasure. Tim Boyne?
Hey, what'd you do that for? You're messing up our hole.
Sorry.
I always wanted to be a lumberjack.
Good to have you back, Captain. Where will we be heading next, Captain?
Set sail for the Jerkbait Islands, Mr. Winslow.
Yes, sir. Looks like your friends have driven back the blockade. It should be safe now.
Now accepting coupons only.
Me again.
So I see. What can I get you?
I'm gonna need another mast replacement, and I'm pretty sure I found a suitable tree on a small island just north of the Rock of Gelato.
Yeah? I'll go check it out. Hey, you were right. Never used a rubber tree for a mast before, but it worked just fine. Your ship is ready and better than ever.
I think I'm good. See ya.
Don't be a stranger.
Captain on deck!
Prepare to set sail, Mr. Winslow.
So now we got a rubber
Straight
tree
on
mast.
to McGillicuddy's ship.
Yes, sir.
Shove off, Scruffy!
Scruffy? You know how long it took me to grow this beard this way?
Tell me the ritual words, or you'll be sleeping with the fishes.
That's where I sleep anyway.
Hey, ugly.
Arr!
Come on, you pox pattern poser. You couldn't hit me even though I'm standing still.
Arr! You be wearing on me nerves, Sweetwood. Don't you ever get tired of losing?
Oh, I don't intend on losing this time, kelp sucker. Give me your best shot.
No! My ship! Damn you, Fleetwood!
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood, Whitey Pirate.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
That'll teach you to mess with Guybrush. Oh no, the Merle Eater.
Nicely done, Guybrush. Once underwater, I was easily able to escape. The Vicalians are in your debt. Now let's go home.
Good show, sir. I knew you'd make a good captain from the moment I saw your beard.
Thank you, Mr. Winslow. Now, back to the Jerkbait Islands before Elaine's pox gets any worse.
The map, sir?
What?
I like it when you point on the map.
Oh, very well, Mr. Winslow.
He's got a thing.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Winslow. Set sail for the Jerkbait Islands, Mr. Winslow.
Yes, sir, Captain Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood, on behalf of the Mer people of the Jerkbait Islands, I wish to extend our deepest thanks and gratification. Please approach.
How about a reward instead?
Guybrush!
Indeed. I return to you in its former glorious state, your prized pyrite parrot of Petaluma.
It's me, Guybrush Threepwood.
Mighty pirate, I know.
Yada yada yada.
If there is anything else we can offer you, please feel free to ask.
Your thanks is enough.
And your gold! Give us all your gold!
Sorry, something got stuck in my throat.
Actually, there is something. Actually, there is one thing. I sort of caused this pox, and I need a
Why did I not click the Secret of Monkey Island one? Why am I only clicking the right answers?
What do you mean by that, you worthless piece of...
Well, I guess we'll never find out.
Oh, oh, excuse me.
I have the artifacts. Will you perform the ceremonial ritual to summon the legendary sea creatures to take me there?
You, Guybrush, are the holder of the summoning items. You must be the one to use them. Come, give me the artifact. I will teach you the ritual words.
This is funny. He just throws it in the water. And they're like...
Take this and throw it with all your might into the ocean. Then speak these words.
Oh, great legendary creatures of the sea!
Come on, boys. Get the ball. You want the ball? Huh? You want the ball? Come get it.
Really? Those are the ceremonial ritual words?
So it has been written. When you are ready, they will lead your ship to where you need to be. Again, thank you, Guybrush Threepwood, and good luck in your journey.
Well, that's that. Come on, Elaine. Let's get that sponge and go home.
Wait. I just need to check up on LeChuck and those monkeys. You go ahead and summon the creatures. I'll meet you at your ship in just a moment.
I'm starting to think LeChuck was less of a nuisance when he was an evil zombie demon.
Captain on deck!
Well, here goes nothing. Here, boys, come and get it. Oh, shoot. Whoa, creepy.
Captain Threepwood!
Ah.
I see the ocean beasties have been summoned. Are we ready to go then?
Maybe. Just a few more minutes, Mr. Winslow. I'm still waiting for Elaine and stupid LeChuck to get here. Something about monkeys or pants, I don't know.
Guybrush?
Elaine, there you are. Come on, let's go. LeChuck, been great seeing you again. Hope the human thing works out for you. I got a wife to go home and snuggle with. Later.
Guybrush, I'm not coming with you.
What?
It's these monkeys. Well, I'm going to need help getting these poor little guys back to their homes.
You go and get Esponja Grande. You don't need me for that. Besides, I really think I should keep an eye on LeChuck. Trust me, sweetie.
Okay.
Don't worry, boy. I'll take good care of her while you're gone.
Elaine, I'll be back for you in the blink of a squid's eye.
Be careful, dear, and don't put your lips on anything.
Mr. Winslow,
I definitely won't be
follow
putting
those
my
sea
lips on
creatures.
anything.
The map?
Again with the map?
I like the map.
Forget about the map, just go.
I thought we agreed.
You're making us look bad, just go.
All right, I'm going.
To Esponja Grande. Are we almost there, Mr. Winslow?
I'm not sure, Captain Threepwood. I'm just following the beasties. I have no idea where they're going. And to be honest, I'm not sure they do either.
We'll be fine, Mr. Winslow. Just stay on course. Ah, this is the sweet pirate life. Out in the deep blue with your best ship and crew searching for the world's rarest treasures, which just happens to be a giant voodoo-sucking sea sponge in this case. Makes you wonder why anyone would consider any
Such
other
a
life.
glorious
Am I right,
seafaring
Mr.
day.
Mr. Winslow? You again?
Miss me?
Not really.
Turns out the Marquis isn't satisfied with just your hand. He wants the complete package. So I'm taking over this ship and taking you back to Flotsam Island. Try anything funny, and the short one gets it.
Go ahead, run him through. I don't think you have the guts.
Why must you tempt her, sir?
Don't worry, she won't do it. She's only got orders to bring me in. Killing you wouldn't bring her any profit.
He's right, I'm afraid. It's part of the Pirate Hunter's Code. Don't kill anyone you aren't getting paid to. So, I'll just kill you, Guybrush.
And you think the Marquis will pay you for bringing in my lifeless corpse? Believe me, this dead body is totally worthless. Why don't you give this up?
Yo,
Join
Ty.
me instead. We can sail
So
together.
much for
See
the
world,
host.
just
I
you
appreciate
and
it.
me, looting and pillaging in
Welcome,
every harbor.
everybody.
It could be just like you always dreamed.
As wonderful as that sounds, Guybrush, I do have a job to do. Besides, you're already married to Elaine. Ugh.
Yeah,
Well-
but she never lets me do any looting or pillaging either.
We're enjoying some of Tales of Monkey
Something's
Island.
happening to the sea creatures.
You don't have the skills or the wit to defeat Guybrush Threepwood.
I don't need wit to carve a bloody hole in your chest.
See, that wasn't witty at all.
Yeah, you just sound stupid.
I don't believe it.
Well, you better believe it, sister. Wait, believe what? What?
We met Hugh. Sadly, it does not seem like everything's coming up Guybrush. Well, that's the end of Chapter 2. I don't really have enough time to finish Chapter 3, but I think I'll start a little bit of it. You know, since we got a whole bunch of people coming in, celebrating a love of Monkey Island, this Monkey Island May. So we'll get started a little bit. What's my favorite rendition of this theme song? I mean, the original one from Secret always hits me right in my heart. All right, I'm gonna kill the credits and fire up 3. So you gotta turn it down a little bit before I capture it. Ah, it crashed again. It really loves to crash if I tab out of it on the title screen. Don't know why, but... Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-ba, bee-bee-dee-bee-dee-bee-bee-boo. Alright. Let's jump right in. Yeah, sure, why not? Whatever you say.
It is said that we are never so vulnerable than when we trust. But paradoxically, if we cannot trust, neither can we find our heart's desire. Guybrush Threepwood, trusting in his voodoo spell, unleashes a pox on the Caribbean. He escapes from Flotsam Island to pursue his wife Elaine and to find a cure to the pox that infects them both. On the Jerkbait Islands, Guybrush finds Elaine together with his arch-enemy LeChuck. With deep reluctance, Guybrush trusts his wife with the former ghost pirate and seeks the cure on his own. Hunted by the lethal Morgan Le Fay, Threepwood must right his wrong by finding La Esponja Grande. For the pox is transforming the seas into a treacherous beast. And the beast is hungry.
I don't believe it.
Well, you better believe it, sister.
Last time on Tales of Monkey Island.
What? Christ.
Guybrush, I'm taking you in.
I'm sorry, I'm inside a manatee at the moment. Look behind you!
Oh, I've heard that one before. Ugh.
Well done, sir. Walked the bonny bounty huntress right into a trap.
You have to admire her stick-to-itiveness.
She's out cold.
Good. We need to get back on the track to finding La Esponja Grande. I'm gonna go find a way out of here. Preferably through the front door, not the, service entrance.
I'll keep an eye on Miss Le Fay. If she stirs, I'll give her the old scurvy buttons.
I don't want to know what that is.
She's out cold, sir.
The narwhal's quarters. They're resplendent. An encampment. Talk about roughing it. Better go check it out.
I've never played any of the other Telltale games.
Hello? Excuse me?
What is this? An adventurer from the outside? Who are you?
I'm Guybrush
Coronado de
Threepwood,
Cava,
mighty pirate.
mighty explorer.
De Cava! I've been looking for you. What are you doing in here?
I'm on my way to a very important artifact to be acquired for a very important woman.
I hate to be the one to break this to you, but you're stuck inside of an overgrown sea mammal. You're not on your way anywhere.
Heavens no! I'm not stuck! Quite the contrary. It's all part of the plan of the ocean gods. The mouth of the manatee leads me to the artifact. The seahorses led the mouth to me. Just as I freed myself from the brig of Fat Island by bribing the guard for his bootlace, stringing him up with a pulley fashioned from a stale scone, and then growing at my toenails over the course of a year in order to carefully carve them into a lock-picking kit, I, Coronado de Cava, will walk out of this beast when the time is right.
And when is that? I'm
Okay.
on a bit of a timetable.
When we arrive at the sacred
He's having a
manatee
normal one.
waiting grounds.
Oh boy. So I have this locket I'm supposed to give to you.
Oh my. I haven't seen this locket for some years. She's just as I remember. Where did you... What is this?
Threepwood, it is I.
Yikes.
Well done. You have found Coronado de Cava and are one step closer to La Esponja Grande. De Cava and his crew will prove indispensable on your quest. And while the pox spreads with every passing moment, you must tread lightly, Guybrush. Years of searching for the sponge have made De Cava unstable. He was always a bit of a sensitive soul, so please, I implore you, do not mention me. Do not mention La Esponja. And whatever you do, do not tell him where you acquired his locket.
Where did you get this? Who sent you? What are you doing here?
I'd love to answer all of those questions.
The voodoo lady gave me the locket and told me to find you so I could track down La Esponja Grande for her so we can cure...
She what? Mi Dio! That two-timing soothsaying strumpet!
Huh?
La Esponja is to be mine to give to her as a gargantuan absorbent symbol of my fiery passion! I'm gone for 2 seconds and she's making time with a prepubescent picaron!
No, it's not like that.
Is that a slur?
No way. We're hardly even friends.
Right. A
What
friend
does
who
that
she
word
gives
mean?
an invaluable sentimental locket. I bet she never sends you on any quests either.
No. I mean, from time to time she tells me what to do and where to go with little or no context,
That
but...
sounds like a quest. She used to give me quests. I thought I was
Okay.
special. Has she ever made you a voodoo doll?
No.
I don't believe you. Have you held her in your arms?
What? No! I'm married. Look!
I don't see a ring, Senor Liebrush.
I left it with my other hand.
I'll kill you.
I'm not after the voodoo lady's heart or La Esponja Grande.
Then why are you here?
Vacation.
Is that so?
Yes. Honeymooning, in fact.
With your invisible wife?
My very real wife. Let me just go get her.
I shall await her alleged arrival with tantalizing disbelief.
You know how sometimes you hear someone say a word and it's just like, you know that it's not a word you should be hearing? That's how it felt when he called me that. I heard that word and I was pretty confident I should not be hearing that word.
A slimy grub. Winslow, I need to revive Morgan and present her to De Cava as my fake wife.
My, that reminds me
Hey,
of the
Carrie.
time when...
Now, Winslow, De Cava's crazy.
Very well. I'm well trained in naval first aid. Do as I say. First things first. Take her pulse and see if she's alive.
What? She might be dead?
You never know about these things. Her wrist, Captain. Very good.
Her pulse is strong. What's this? A tattoo of the name Gus.
This is for Jugbender.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Jugbender.
She's alive and kicking. Which reminds me, next, remove any and all weapons from the victim. We don't want her thrashing about and lopping off any more appendages.
Good thinking. All right, I've got her sword. It's engraved with a name, Dante Dragotta.
Ooh, he sounds tough.
Gomez, not on the carpet.
Now, elevate her feet to help with circulation.
Got it. Elevating her feet. What's this? An assassin's ledger.
Fascinating.
Who knew bounty hunters were so meticulous?
Gustavo, free, personal.
She still hasn't come round. A most curious case. If only we had smelling salts, that would do the trick.
That's no way to wake her up.
Could be.
Nah. A squishy grub. Eustachian Passage. Manatee earwax. Rotten and pungent. Perfect. The Narwhal's Cannon. While it lacks firepower, it does look scary. Ooh, I almost forgot. My pyrite parrot. I never leave home without it.
You should consider leaving home without it.
It must have been jostled out of my pockets and washed away during ingestion. It's gone forever.
Oh no.
Guybrush?
Oopsie daisy, mon adversaire. That'll teach you to take a legendary pirated sword point. You lost your weapon privileges.
Ugh. Where are we?
We've been swallowed by a giant manatee, and you're about to pose as my fake wife in order to placate a puzzle-obsessed whack job.
Oh, no,
Normal.
I'm not.
Normal.
As much as I'd love to play house with the Guybrush Threepwood, I'm already late getting you back to Flotsam Island.
Listen here, you poor excuse for a pissy privateer. Any more nipper are you, and the captain will be sending your carcass on a tour of the small intestine.
I guess we call this the good pirate, bad pirate routine.
Oh, my. I'm terribly sorry. I think I ought to rest for a spell. Must have taken a mouthful of something vile on the way down.
See? That's the pox. It turns people into whatever that was, and it's in the process of ravaging the entire Caribbean. Even Elaine.
Okay, fine. But you have to do something for me.
What is it?
Will you sign this for me?
2 seconds ago, you were ready to slit my throat, and now you want to hang me in your locker?
I was just doing my job.
Give it here. Now, let's go deal with Cookie Coronado de Cava. You're my make-believe wife, so just act like it.
Well, 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 the panty-waisted pirate wannabe has found himself a lady.
Coronado, I'd like to introduce you to my wife,
Morgan.
Right. So, as you can see, there is no way I could be romantically affiliated with the voodoo lady.
I am a one-woman man.
Sure you are, lover boy. If you two are really just wed, you don't mind answering a few questions?
Do your worst.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but easy, girl.
Together now. How did you meet?
Pilates.
We met through work.
Where did you go on your first date?
We went
sailing.
All right, that's enough.
You believe us?
Almost.
Almost? What do I have to do to prove to you that I'm not your rival for the voodoo lady?
Just take a step forward.
Okay.
Both of you. Now, let's get down to brass barnacles.
Nice.
I have asked you both a series of personal questions, the answers of which are recorded here on these cards. Mr. Threepwood, you'll be happy to know that your wife has passed with flying colors. She seems to know every single detail of your life.
You don't say.
Now is your turn. Let's see what you know about Mrs. Threepwood. Answer 3 in a row correctly, and I'll believe you are honeymooners. Incorrectly, and it's the bowels of the beast for both of you. Question number 1. She is quite a skilled fighter. Who trained her in the ways of combat?
Dante Dragotta.
Correct. Question number 2. She recently purchased a ship. This vessel is known as the Knave of Blank.
What's this? An assassin's ledger.
Fascinating.
Who knew bounty hunters were so meticulous? Toro.
Correct.
Nice.
The third and final question. What was the name of her favorite pet?
Gomez.
Correct.
No way.
Impressive, huh?
Well, perhaps I was mistaken. You two might be married after all.
No, it's all right. If a guy turns up in a manatee with your girlfriend's locket, a man has a right to ask a question or two. Now, about this sponge.
The one you are not after?
We're just sightseeing, right, honey?
That's right, Pookie Pie.
Well, perhaps you would like to join my crew. It could make a romantic tale for your honeymoon scrapbook.
That sounds
I'd love
lovely.
to join your crew.
That
I'm
sounds
gaga for
lovely.
scrapbooking. We'll find La Esponja Grande in no time.
Magnifico!
What's next? A stool sample?
No, you look like a man of firm constitution. Now, any questions?
You have a crew? Are you counting your mood swings as members?
I set out from Flotsam Island all those years ago with 4 other brave souls, all of whom were to play a special role in finding La Esponja. I may have been a stern leader, but I loved them like sons.
Were you forced to eat them?
I would have rather starved than see harm befall them. Alas, they perished in the belly of the beast long ago. A torturous demise.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sometimes I can still hear their screams.
These sacred manatee mating grounds. It's the home of La Esponja Grande?
That's correct.
Hi. When are we due to arrive? Wifey is getting antsy.
Ah, well, I'm afraid the manatee has been lost for some time now.
Lost? He's not a eunuch, is he?
His plumbing is still in working order, but his internal compass is another matter.
How can you tell?
Around and around he go. I've deduced that the problem lies within the manatee's inner ear, so I'm crafting him a new one.
That explains the spinning. How are you building an inner ear?
I am weaving the husks of manatee throat grabs into a new cochlea for the beast. It's the only way. If you could bring me some, we'll save precious time.
I'm on it. It looks like all we have to do is skin a few manatee throat grubs for the old man, and then build a giant synthetic cochlea to replace the missing one up in the ear canal, and we'll be on our way.
Or you could give me my sword, and I can just cut our way out of here.
I'm not letting you slice this poor fella open. Manatees are gentle giants.
Guybrush?
Back off, Susie Slicer. Easy. Whoa!
Rats.
Can't believe we're both dead.
Go!
Smooth.
Thanks for the push. I'd never seen an epiglottis before.
Drink!
I think we just found Dakava's crew.
What say you, digested scum?
Really, the only major downside for this chapter is that it's a major bottle episode.
Hey, who you calling scum, Geppetto?
TM.
You.
Welcome to paradise.
Paradise?
The land of ever-flowing relaxation, soothing tunes, and all the ichor you can stomach.
Ew.
What brings you down here?
Just looking for your run-of-the-mill manatee cochlea.
Hey, we've got...
That's enough. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. And if I did, that would be a secret of the Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood?
The democratically united Brotherhood of the Manatee and...
And you guys just live down here?
You mean live it up? It's our own...
I accidentally hit the right mouse button.
Feel free to stay, but please, don't rock the manatee.
Here's the plan. You charge Johnny Cirrhosis over there, and I'll jump the leader and eviscerate his vitals. The square playing the bongos shouldn't be a problem for either of us. Whoever gets to him first scores the kill. Personally, I'll be going for his throat. He looks like a biter.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You're right. I'll keep my distance and shoot for an artery.
No, I mean, we can't just slaughter these guys. The voodoo lady possessed Dakava and said they were necessary to getting the sponge.
Well, what's your plan?
I'm going to go talk to them.
Talk? Mighty pirates don't talk. We don't have time to talk.
Mo, sweetheart, this is what I do. So just sit back, relax, and let Guybrush Threepwood take care of things. Go relace your corset or shine your pauldron or what have you.
Fine. But don't come running to me when negotiations fail.
Hi there, Guybrush Threepwood.
Hola, I'm Moose, and that's my boy Santino.
Yo, Santino.
Yeah, it's more of a moniker, like the Santino. He's the coolest cat I've ever known.
Ah, right on, dude.
Can I interest you in a beverage?
That's quite the straw.
Sometimes you just want a quick rush of ichor. This baby does the trick.
I really shouldn't.
All right, man. But that means you gotta double up next time.
Fair enough. Is there a substantial amount of lead in your drink?
Nah, man. This is pure, unfiltered ichor. I got hooked on this stuff when we landed down here.
You're drinking it.
You better believe it. And it flows in abundance, my friend.
Tell me about ichor. What sort of varietals does it come in? Any favorite vintages?
3 years ago was a solid year. Potent stuff. This here's the orange. I dig it. It's got a bubbly effervescence with a tangy palate. Watch out for the yellow stuff you see in the pools, though, man. The stuff will peel the shell off a Nautilus.
What's at the funnel?
That's Jumbo Jimbo, my custom drinking apparatus. I break it out for special occasions.
Like lunchtime?
It's important to celebrate life, brah.
Come on, bro.
I propose a toast. It's a
Come on,
special
bro.
occasion.
Righteous. What's the occasion?
Take your daughter to work day.
Woohoo!
This guy knows
Sounds
how to
like he's
live.
busy. Come here often? Strong, silent type, huh? Guybrush Threepwood is the mightiest pirate in all the Caribbean, and LeChuck is a pansy. Say nothing if you agree. All right. Catch you later. Don't work too hard.
No, Murray would never be able to shut up for that long.
Ooh, one at a time. The last thing I need is them colonizing my trousers. Ahoy there!
Oh, hi.
You're in charge of the tunes, huh?
I just like to play. It relaxes me.
I can relate. I went through a mouth harp phase. I'm Guybrush Threepwood, mighty pirate.
I'm Noogie. What's your pretty girlfriend's name?
Oh, she's not really my girlfriend. Her name's Morgan Le Fay. Why, you think she's hot stuff?
Well, yeah.
She'd chew you up like a pinky finger in a piranha pool.
Awesome.
I've been thinking I'd like to join your group.
Oh, well, Bug-Eye generally handles administrative matters. You should talk to him.
You enjoy it down here?
Oh, yes. I would have never been able to abandon Coronado de Cava. But once we split, I realized what I'd been missing. I'll never work for another tyrant again. Democracy makes life worth living. It gives me a voice.
The humidity doesn't get to you?
You adjust to it.
You seem like a stand-up sort of guy. Tell me about the missing cochlea.
Never. I made a promise of brotherhood with these men, and I'll never break it. It's a secret for brothers only.
Bye, Noogie.
Bye.
Let me out.
It's locked. I don't want to cut that.
Alright, well I guess you gotta stay in there.
There. All unlocked. My hook is pretty handy. But sometimes I miss the old opposable digits.
Sacre bleu. The molecules are synthesizing. The formula is actualizing. Science! I have science here!
We found it, everybody. We found it. We found science. Science is happening.
Woe upon thee, foolish mortal! You have unleashed certain doom upon all your feeble fleshy kind, for the wrath of Murray shall be very funny.
Hi, Murray.
Threepwood! I suppose I should have expected this.
Long time no see. How'd you get trapped in here?
I'm not trapped.
Okay, what were you doing before you chose to hang out in a treasure chest inside of a manatee?
Well, my legions of undead marines had brought an armada of Spanish clippers to their knees when a mighty tempest tossed our ship.
I don't remember hearing about any battle with the Spanish Armada.
Ha! As if we would allow us so...
Would you like some help?
Help! Ha!
I can't rest my hand on the mouse. I just hit the right mouse
Okay,
button
then.
so
Well,
easily.
It was nice talking to you, Murray.
Maybe a little.
Come again?
Perhaps a lift.
Oh, you'd like help. Let's go, pal.
Ah! It's dark in here. And why does it smell like rotten marmalade? You've got some big pockets.
Thanks, man.
Everything okay in here?
You've got to get rid of this grub. I almost swallowed it.
But you can't taste anything.
It's still disgusting.
Having a good time?
You and I should team up to take over the Manatee, sail it to Booty Island, and sack the harbor in a storm of blubber.
I'll take it under advisement.
Nice.
The plaque reads, Fish Eyes Alabaster, anarcho-socialist pirate philosopher. One day I hope my portrait has such a fancy plaque. Soiled and forgotten in the bowels of a manatee. Moist, but expedient. Well, that's not gonna work. That's one angry monkey. Like baboon angry.
It's getting dark again.
Ahoy there! I'm sorry, I don't think I got your name.
It's Bug-Eye.
Well, I've been doing some thinking, and I'd like to join the Democratically United Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior.
Is that so?
Yep, although I'm applying to the Oligarchical Society of the Alpaca Farm as a safety.
This wouldn't have anything to do with a missing cochlea, would it?
No way! I just like the cut of your jib.
Well, admittance is as simple as a unanimous vote, even for a pirate such as yourself. We're a democracy, after all. Noogie, Moose, Santino, and myself founded our collective after growing tired of slaving away on the crews of tyrannical adventurers, always after some meaningless trinket.
Like, say, a giant sponge?
Precisely! We're never going back to our old lives. The Brotherhood was formed to make sure this adventure is a never-ending one.
Down with the man, and all of that.
Absolutely. Would you like me to call a vote?
Yes! I'm a shoo-in.
Gentlemen, Goldilocks here would like to join the Brotherhood.
Sweet. Voting time. My favorite.
Brother Noogie, concerning the initiation of one Guybrush Threepwood, what say you?
No. No, I don't think so. What's he got to offer?
Brother Moose, what say you?
I gotta vote with my boy Santino on this one.
An obvious no.
What? This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Nah, bro.
And of course, my vote, which is no.
Shocker.
Not a single yay.
This is worse than when I ran for class president.
That didn't go well.
Ahoy there!
Now what?
What do you say about giving a nod to old Guybrush Threepwood come voting time?
Sure.
Come on, what? Wait, really?
You can have my vote as soon as you beat me in a pirate face-off. We don't want any weenies in the Brotherhood.
Is this gonna hurt?
Just your pride, Johnny Cakes. I give you my best pirate face, and then all you have to do is top it. Originality counts.
I'm a pirate with a face. This should be a cinch.
Ready? I'll go first.
All right, we're ready for some pirate face-off action. It's Bug-Eye, the Viceroy of Visages, versus...
Guybrush Threepwood.
Guybrush Threepwood. Let him have it, Bug-Eye. It's the... Arrgh, stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
All right, my turn.
Do your worst, Guybrush. Show this egalitarian bozo who's boss.
Now check this out.
Here comes the...
Arrgh,
stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
That's it?
Yep.
Did you miss me saying originality counts? Or are you such a pathetic pirate that you had to copy my face to a T?
Really, Guybrush?
Come on. I added my own flavor.
He might as well have been looking in a mirror. This is humiliating. Mighty pirate indeed.
Ouch. Bummer, dude.
It just slipped out of her hand. Watch, she'll realize her mistake and hurry back for it. Wait for it. Wait. So, pirate faces.
Better go cop a few new mugs if you want to upgrade from miserable embarrassment to just simple failure.
A monkey face. I like it. I'll add that to my pirate face repertoire.
Yeah.
An original signed Guybrush Threepwood. Morgan's gonna want this back.
The grub is in my eye. It's in my eye. It's lonely in here.
Yeah, that happens.
Touch me there again, I'll kill you.
Whoa, what are you doing, bro?
I'm lopping off his head. No big deal.
You're wild, dude. But easy with the sword play. Santino's the only person who knows any first aid.
Hi.
Sup?
What can you tell me about the missing cochlea?
Nothing. That's a secret for brothers only.
Tell me about Icor. What sort of varietals does it come in? Any favorite vintages?
3 years ago was a solid year.
Think I could count on your vote?
Man, that's a tough one. I try not to get too wrapped up in the politics of the group. That's the beauty of democracy, man. Let other people make the big decisions, and you can just ride the wave.
Absolutely.
I just vote for whoever Santino goes in for.
I propose a toast. It's a special occasion.
Righteous. What's the occasion?
No, worst, he's apolitical.
Diwali!
Woohoo!
Hey Moose, did you know it's Hug and Otter Day?
No way! That deserves a drink!
That's me.
Threepwood, you have made the greatest mistake of your life. In my new corporeal form, I will scorch these lands to the ground, only to rebuild them in my nefarious almighty image.
So, you like your new setup?
I do. Santino, bro, you want to spot me on this one?
Men pledge their allegiance to me. Our brotherhood is a bond forged in the flames of hell. Perhaps I will revel in this union of brothers for a moment.
Before burning the world?
Terror will come to this manatee, rest assured.
Hey there, Santino.
Aloha.
Think I can get your vote into the Brotherhood?
We are very selective of our members.
I just scammed your way in 15
I love he
seconds ago.
pivots immediately.
What a nod for the effort.
Okay, sure thing, Threepwood.
You actually like these guys?
Like? I like no one, but I love the Brotherhood. What I have here is a group of men I can mold in my own image. Their fates are tied to mine, and my fate leads to the highest throne of hell.
So Brotherhood actually suits you.
Plus, Bug-Eye is working on a creed. I love creeds.
Talk to you later, Murray.
Take care, windbag.
Festive. Hey there. Good party. Festive. Hey there. It's a ship named the Howler Monkey. That's one angry monkey. Like baboon angry. I've already added that expression to my pirate face repertoire. The rotting remains of one of those seahorse thingies. Seahorse eats plankton, manatee eats the seahorse, mutineers hijack the manatee. Ah, the circle of life.
So true. Sinistral, thanks so much for the raid.
Ah, deckhand, could you do me a favor?
Shoot.
I'm parched. I would love a drink, but none of that yellow muck, dangerous stuff that is, makes my eyes go wilder than a frothing Pomeranian.
Okay, one drink coming up.
Where has my monocular run off to? Slippery devil.
You gotta be careful, you gotta watch those things.
Hey you, rabble-rouser.
Yes?
Are you enjoying your time?
How can I not? Can't wait to be voted in.
Slipped
We'll
again.
see about
God.
that. In the meantime, I don't want any trouble. We got it nice and easy down here.
Okie dokie.
Just some friendly advice. Don't be poking around up top, and stay away from Dakava. The last thing this manatee needs is his sense of direction restored. We don't need to be getting to any sacred mating grounds.
Seriously. I've never seen manatees mate before, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to be inside one when I do.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
These lenses are about the same size. Dakava's monocular now has a red lens. He'll see the manatee through rose-tinted glasses, or uncover loads of secret messages. Are those manatee flesh bongos?
Yeah, they produce a great sound. I think it's 'cause they're full of bile.
Idiot doesn't work that way with people.
So true.
Noogie, my man! I could really use your vote into the Brotherhood.
Oh, I don't know about that. We got a pretty stable force in here, and I don't think Bug-Eye likes you much anyway.
Well, let me do you a favor.
Like?
I'll get you a date with the beautiful, dangerous Morgan Le Fay.
Really? You think she'd say yes?
To a stud such as yourself? Of course.
Wow. Okay. If the date goes well, you have my vote.
Deal.
In the meantime, here is a new member's manual. It might be worth looking over if you're serious. It's full of our initiation rituals, neophyte duties, etc.
Hazing rituals?
By law, we're no longer allowed to use the word hazing. We call them enhanced initiation techniques.
Sounds delightful. One date coming up. Noogie, my man. I like the beat. How about something a little more up-tempo?
Like this?
I dig it. 1 cup of horribly corrosive, ultra-toxic manatee bile. Delish. Manatee bile, the ocean's natural solvent. Whoa, check out those peepers. They should do nicely. Hey Mo.
What is it?
It's not really the best time for this, but how about that guy over there? Pretty cute, huh?
4 eyes? Kinda portly if you ask me.
Come on, you should go on a little manatee date with him.
No way. I feigned enough romance for one day.
Well, what about... Did I say date? No, I meant reconnaissance mission. He's dangerous. My guess? Assassin.
Really?
Yeah, really. Here's the play.
Shoot.
It's a 3-phase operation. First, you should... Take his hand, test his grip, in case it comes to fisticuffs.
Okay.
Second, you must... interrogate him. Ask him about himself. Let's figure out where this lowlife is from.
Okay.
Lastly, check for weapons. Give him a pat down. When things turn to duck soup, we need to know what we're facing.
Okay. Okay, so test his grip, interrogate, and then check for weapons.
You got it. Good luck. I've got your 6.
Thanks.
Hey, Noogie. How was the date?
Terrible.
Oh, what happened?
She just walked over and took my hand like she owned me.
Hey, some guys are into that.
Come on, warm a guy up first. Get to know a fella.
Wow. I'm sorry things didn't go as well as you'd hoped.
It's not your fault. I just don't think she's for me.
Well, do you think I could have your vote anyway?
I don't think so.
Let me go talk to her. I still see love in the future for you two crazy kids.
Okay.
Noogie, my man. I like the beat. How about something
like?
I dig it.
Oh, I still have some. I did that because I thought I needed to refill my cup.
Noogie, my man.
Arr! Yar!
Ooh, that's a good one. Hi.
Sup?
Arr!
Arr!
Nice technique. Hey, Mo.
What is it?
Arr!
Arr!
Ooh, that's a new one. Hey, Mo.
What is it?
I need you to go on another recon mission.
Who this time?
Well, Noogie again. I just don't think our information is solid.
Really? Okay, I'll do my best.
That's the spirit. It's a 3-phase operation. First, you should... interrogate him. Ask him about himself.
Okay.
Second, you must...
Okay.
check for...
Okay. Interrogate. Test is... and then check for...
You got it.
Thanks.
Okay. I think I got the order right this time.
Hey, Noogie. How was the date?
At first I was really nervous.
Yeah?
But it turned out great. She was so into me. First, she wanted to know all about me. She was interested right off the bat.
Nice!
Then she made the first move and took my hand. I knew I was doing well. Second base!
Mr. Big Stuff over here.
And then before I knew it, she's got her hands all over me. It was awesome. The perfect date.
Glad to hear it went well. So I've got your vote.
Certainly. Oh man, I'm putting all of this in my journal. I even found a strand of her hair on my vest. That's going in too, as a keepsake.
Getting creepy.
Weird.
Sorry.
Much better. Well, better anyway. Huh, look at that. Somebody should really return this to their local library. Modern torture made easy. Yeah, I really hate to break a sweat while breaking the wills of my enemies. Creepy. But kinda cute. With a little elbow grease, I can swap the covers on these two books. Murray, I mean, Santino, do you want to have a look at this new member's manual to the Brotherhood? You might find it pretty interesting.
Reading is for the feeble.
Oh, I just thought these initiation rituals might strike your fancy. The first step in drawing and quartering your victim is...
Wait, what was that?
Just going over some of what I can look forward to when I'm voted into the Brotherhood.
Let me see that. Why, that's positively malevolent. Look at all the blood.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
I'm looking
Wait
forward
a
to
minute.
it.
Let me see the cover. Ha! It's the genuine article.
Too bad I can't have your vote.
Aha! You should be careful what you ask for. Consider my vote yours, and your demise imminent.
Problem solved.
Sir, if I may have a word.
How you doing, Winslow? Can I get you anything? Mogobile?
I'm well, thank you. I wanted to inform you, as I was crawling back under the covers, I came across something unsettling.
Not another outbreak of Polynesian bed mites.
No. And I've seen my fair share of disturbing things between the sheets, sir.
Ahem. What was it, Winslow?
I believe a threat, sir. I left it over on the gangplank. It came with a note. Something about this being what happens to those who try to interfere with the Brotherhood.
Oh, cool.
Seabiscuit!
A horse head.
I love these things. And a seahorse head! Everything okay in there?
Most certainly, sir. I'm just relaxing with a glass of warm milk.
Okay. And Winslow, how you feeling?
I don't need your sympathy, Threepwood. I'll string you up the mizzen mast and let the gulls pick the flesh off the bone.
So, not great.
Not ideal.
Splendid! You found a manatee throat crab.
Let's build a cochlea.
That's the plan. Only 99,999 left.
Come again?
Each grub yields such a small amount of usable husk. By calculations, I'll need another 100,000.
Right.
This is no laughing matter, Threepwillow.
We don't have time to collect that many grubs.
On the contrary, time is all we do have. Rest assured, it will all pay off in the end.
This is bananas. New plan. Find the actual cochlea. Hiya, Chief.
How's that drink coming along, Swabby?
Don't worry. I'm on it. Arr!
What was that nonsense?
A pirate face. Intimidating. Arr!
I am an explorer and esteemed adventurer. I don't do those sort of things.
Oh, not even a little?
Not even a little.
All right then.
Take care.
Your monocular, boss.
Thank heavens! I was going mad without them. No harm done to them?
The lens was cracked when I found it, so I replaced it.
How resourceful of you, crewman. Taking after old Coronado, I see. A mug full of the Biley Bubbly. And thank you for avoiding the corrosive yellow ichor.
Check out those eyes.
Oh, even the orange has gone foul. Never again. It's Eustachian runoff or seawater for me from here on.
Ahoy there.
Now what?
Let's go another round.
Haven't had enough yet, dollface? Ready? I'll go first.
He's got the arr, stinky, lazy-eyed meanie.
I've seen a tougher face on a newborn. Check this one out.
It's the arr, nasty, tweaking monkey. Gnarly. Cheap Whistle has made it through the first round.
Nice. But can you top this?
Here comes the arr, hooded, cross-eyed geezer.
Oh, is this a pilgrim face competition? I could have sworn you said pirate. Let me show you.
He's got the arr, bugged out, fish-eyed Gomer.
Well, I'll be. I've given you all the faces that I know.
Unbelievable. Threepwood has beaten the High Prince of the Puss.
Bravo.
Now who's the ombudsman of unoriginality?
Unoriginal? Me? If you say so, Short Stack.
I beat you. Now I demand your vote.
Is that so? Oh, I almost forgot.
Forgot what?
I've had this old thing laying around.
blowholes to Betsy. Could it be?
Holy buckets!
It's the Bug Eye! Rarely seen, bros and bras. If the challenger can't top that, this competition is over.
Are you suggesting that I pull out both of my eyes?
Whoa, extreme.
He clearly broke the rules.
Which rule is that?
Well, there ought to be a rule concerning the use of the freaky eye. I put up a fight. Can't you just give me your vote?
I stated my terms.
Oh. How about your vote for a fine leather jacket?
Oh, you know, I've been in the market, but no.
I had no chance the entire time, huh?
Took you long enough to figure out.
Your vote, or you're a dead man?
Resorting to petty threats? Good luck.
Oh, I don't have time for this. I'm sick of your runaround. I'm sick of your silly faces, and I'm sick of...
Whoa, maybe you're just sick, brah.
You yelly-bellied deserter! I've crushed the souls of men 10 times as tough as you, and forgotten them by lunch. You'll do as I say, or rue the name Threepwood for the rest of your very short life!
Good energy.
Whoa. It's the ferocious, green demon face? Threepwood wins with the nastiest mug this side of the hypothalamus.
Huh?
Fine, he wins. My vote is yours, but I've got my eye on you.
Nice.
Yo, Sky, thanks so much for the raid. Well, I'm gonna call a vote.
Ahoy there.
And,
now what?
Then I think I'm gonna save for next time.
Alright, call a vote. I feel good about my chances.
Very well. Gentlemen, Goldilocks here would like to join the Brotherhood.
Sweet.
I'm Guybrush, Threepwood. Oh, am I getting tired of saying this? Mighty Pirate,
yada yada yada. Thank you, Tofile. Thank you so much for the
Brother
resub.
Noogie,
I appreciate
concerning the initiation of one Guybrush Threepwood, what say you?
Yes. I vote yes. I think he'll help raise morale.
Doubtful. Brother Moose, what say you?
I gotta go with my boy Santino on this one.
Yes! Roll out the red carpet and let it run with the blood of Threepwood's torment. Ready to rack.
Why is Guybrush here? Like,
screws.
specifically at this location?
Man, you're something else, Santino. I say, yeah, my boy's got an eye for character.
Fine.
I got eaten by a manatee.
Hey, you said if I
So I'm in the stomach of a manatee.
I'd be in like Flynn.
Yeah, man, I think you gotta keep your end of the bargain on this one.
Oh, all right. But only to maintain the integrity of the Brotherhood.
Bureaucratic ethics win again.
Oh, it's fun.
You have a unanimous vote and a formal invitation to join the democratically united Brotherhood of the Manatee Interior.
I accept. Do I get a sash? Or a button?
No.
Welcome, brother.
Welcome.
Burn in flame.
You guys should really have buttons. I think they'd be a hit.
What you do receive is the honor of one of the Brotherhood's greatest responsibilities.
As the most junior member, you'll be the caretaker of the cochlea. It's the key to our permanent vacay.
Not the service entrance.
You're just giving it to me?
Guard it with your life, brother.
One cochlea procured.
Uh-huh.
We'll be out of here in 2 shakes of a pirate's booty.
Nope, that's specifically Murray. Murray's been in every game since Curse.
Here you go, pal. Whoa. I think we're back on course. I think I fixed your manatee problem.
How about that? I felt the beast rumble and checked my compass. It says that we're right on course.
Ancient manatee mating grounds? Here we come.
How did you fix his sense of direction?
Funny you should ask. I ran into your old crew.
My crew?
Yeah, and they had the cochlea the entire time.
My crew?
Yeah, your crew. Alive this entire time. Who would have thunk?
You betrayed us!
Yeah, I did. That was me.
Yeah, I did kind of sell you guys out.
We trusted you!
Unbelievable, man.
Look, guys, I can explain.
There's no need.
Bug-Eye, the unlikely voice of reason.
Breaking the trust of the Brotherhood has only one consequence.
100 demerits?
Death. Kill him.
Heyo!
Unfortunate.
Morgan, Doll, it's killing time.
Excuse me?
A trio of bloodthirsty mutineers are gonna pop out of that hole in 3, 2...
What did I say earlier about running to me for help?
1...
Kill the betrayer!
I could use a hand.
Ha! He wants help from a girl.
Are you still whining over that little scratch I gave you back on the narwhal?
It's go time, Morgan.
I can't just be told when to fight. I'm not some junkyard dog.
Yeah, man. Treat a woman with respect, would you?
Make it.
The mutineers were calling you a pansy earlier.
No, we weren't. He said you were a wilting flower.
That sounds like Guybrush Threepwood.
Get him!
Look, I'm sorry about before.
Sorry about what?
About assuming you were incapable of handling the situation. You are capable. Now, please show these mutineers your capabilities.
And
you're a mighty bounty hunter.
That's sweet. But aren't you forgetting something?
I'm gonna crush him.
Of course. You need my lucky ankle warmers. Can't run a man through with cold ankles. That's what my pa always said.
No, my ankles are fine. What I need is
a snack. You should never enter a battle outnumbered on an empty stomach.
That's true.
No.
That's true.
Huh. What? Oh! Weapon privileges restored.
Thank you.
A double fine. Oh, I did not get that joke.
Mutineers of the crew of Coronado de Cava. I would like to establish, for the record, that the 4 of you were just manhandled by a woman. So in essence, you've been woman-handled. Which I imagine was not near as pleasant as it sounds.
Go dangle your yardum, you traitor!
Nice work, Morgan.
Thanks, Captain. I mean, thanks, Honey Bunch.
Now, Coronado, how do we get out of here?
I'm 14 steps ahead of you, mijo. Here, this should do the trick. That's a unique formula of Panamanian prune juice, East Indian espresso beans, and booty breakfast bran flakes. A few drops administered to the creature's digestive system should be our one-way ticket topside.
Got it. A few drops in the biggest bile pool I can find.
And this won't go through the service entrance, right? This is going through the main entrance, right?
Done and done.
Quick, everyone on board!
We'll be going through the main entrance. To the front door. It does feel like we're heading toward the service exit.
Yuck!
That could have been worse.
Really?
Just a quick trip up the blowhole.
Manatees don't have blowholes.
What? Then... Oh, yeah. Yuck.
Hey, about down there.
I was a bit of a monkey's ass.
No, well, yes, but I was going to say that your style's not so bad.
Nothing if not stylish.
Anyway, I work alone. But you and I made a decent team.
Hey, lovebirds, quit flapping your gums and get up here. My treasure sits mere fathoms away. And my ship, the Howler Monkey. I thought I'd never see you again. I've dropped anchor down to the mating grounds and the cavern of La Esponja Grande. Now, if only my lawyer crew was worth a piece of eight. Star crew member even had the temerity to expire.
What's the problem?
Santino was not only a world-class swordsman, bullfighter, and pastry chef. He was also, most importantly, an unrivaled skin diver. There is no other man who can survive the swim down to the mating grounds.
Guybrush can hold his breath for 10 minutes.
Is that so?
Yep, and I have freakish toe strength.
Well then, what are you waiting for, bucko? The sponge, and make it a snappy!
You did, Sky. You did.
Well, that stuff in my pockets really weighs me down.
Alright, so we saved our game here. And this is actually going to be our stopping point for the night. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Tomorrow we'll finish this. We actually made it through more than half the game at this point, so I wasn't certain whether or not we'd make it far enough to be able to finish it in 2 nights, but it's certain we will finish in 2 nights at this point. So tomorrow night is the finale of Monkey Island May 2022. Tails is a lot of fun, and the end of the game is just as good as the beginning, so if you've been enjoying watching this, it gets better from here. It gets as good from here. There's a lot of really great parts to this game. So, come on by. We'll be here tomorrow night.